This Honourable House now resumes its sitting. Call of the roll.
Mrs. Holness? Here. Mr. Bartlett? Mr. Holness? Dr. Clark? Dr. Chang? Dr. Chang? Mr. Shaw? Mr. Samuda? Ms. Grange? Mrs. Williams? Mrs. Malawu Fort? Dr. Tufton? Mr. McKenzie? Mr. Chuck? Mr. Vaz? Mr. Warmington? Mr. Charles? Mr. Green? Mr. Morgan? Mr. Hutchinson? Mr. Terry Long? Ms. Smith? Dr. Dunn? Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn? Mr. Main? Mr. Davis? Mr. Main? Mr. Witter? Mr. Brown? Dr. Brown-Burke? Dr. Charles? Mr. Chin? Mr. Clark? Mr. Cousins? Ms. Crawford? Ms. Daly? Ms. Davis? Mr. Golding? Mr. Graham? Dr. Guy? Ms. Hamilton? Ms. Hannah? Mr. Henriquez? Mr. Henry? Mr. Hilton? Mr. Jackson? Mr. Lawrence? Ms. Lee? Mr. Miller? Mr. Montague? Ms. Morrison? Mrs. Nita Garvey? Message. Nita message. Message. Nita Garvey is here. Mr. Paulwell? Mr. Phillips? Dr. Phillips? Mr. Robertson? Mr. Robinson? Mr. Siblist? Mr. Slowly? Mrs. Vaz? Dr. Wheatley? Mr. Williams? Mr. William? Mr. William? Okay. Mr. Wilson? Mr. Wright?
Once again, it is my duty as a speaker to welcome you all to the sitting of the House, and I want to especially welcome all visitors joining us in the gallery this evening. There are persons from Carimet at UWI and Immaculate Conception High. We welcome you to the sitting of the House and trust that it will be an excellent experience for you this evening. And I want to give our students the assurance that the experience for them this afternoon will indeed be an excellent experience. I also want to welcome all those joining us online through the various social media platforms. Members, I am asking, we have this afternoon a full agenda, and there's a lot of work to be done. You want it?
Madam Speaker?
Yes.
I rise under Section 18 of the Standing Orders to make a personal explanation. And
Which section is that?
Section 18.
Just allow me.
Or Standing Order 18. And I ask your approval and the approval of the House members to proceed.
Just a moment, member. Very well, member. You have my approval. Members of the House, those in favor, I have given the approval to the member to make a personal explanation on the Standing Order 18. He has my approval as a speaker. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to members of the House. In my closing budget presentation last week, Madam Speaker, I referred to an earlier publicly recorded comment made by the Leader of the Opposition, Mark Golding, in which he described, or is reported to have described, members of the Jamaica Labour Party, and if I may say the words as a part of my explanation, as damn fools. Taken aback by yet another disparaging and insulting comment, I responded in my presentation that this characterization of members of the Jamaica Labour Party as damn fools did not sound like Marky G, it sounded like Massa Mark. Madam Speaker, Mr. Golding has reportedly apologized for these remarks, which I appreciate. Objections have been raised to my use of the word massa, Madam Speaker, which have largely relied upon a misleading imputation of motive and intent. My remark was meant to draw attention in a light-hearted way to a trend by the opposition leader to explicitly denigrate others with his choice of words without him realizing the need to account for those words. It is that unaccountable display of power that I described as massa. Now, Madam Speaker, in my explanation, I have to just speak the facts as they have unfolded over the last few days. The PNP and its affiliates have been quick to characterize my reference as racist. The Gleaner has also accused me of using the quote-unquote race card. Others have been similarly critical. These characterizations of my comments are unfortunate and they are untrue. Madam Speaker, I would never countenance, and indeed I reject, race-based politics. This is simply not who I am. Seeking to disqualify someone for political office on the basis of factors such as race or gender or religion is and will always be abhorrent to me. However, Madam Speaker, criticizing someone for how he describes his fellow Jamaicans in a derogatory manner is not racist. In any event, the PNP, the Gleaner, and many others have used or accepted the use of the term massa to describe others in a non-racial way, referring instead to a particular leadership attitude and style based on their power. However, Madam Speaker, the peace that I have in my position does not simply rest on the bed of moral equivalence. It relies on the rock of Jamaican evidence that confirms that the term massa is, one, a part of the lexicon of modern Jamaica, two, habitually employed in non-racial ways, and three, always refers to attitudes regarding power relations. Today, Madam Speaker, in today's Jamaica, massa describes a perceived attitude of those with power in relation to others, not a color. It describes a perceived disposition, not a race. And it is an acceptable term of the Jamaican language that frequently appears non-racially in the written and the spoken word. Now, does the term have a root in slavery? Absolutely. But as in all cultures, previously subjugated groups often reclaim and reappropriate words that originated during oppressive times for their own use. In fact, Madam Speaker, according to the Jamaica Patois Dictionary, the primary definition of Big Massa is God Almighty, which is an unquestionable reference to God's power, not to any race or color. Similarly, the lyrics of a popular modern Jamaican gospel song includes the line, Massa God a God. Now, are Jamaican Christians being racist by their use of the word Massa in this song? When former US Secretary of State Mike Pompeo visited Jamaica in 2018 to meet with 7 CARICOM heads of government right here in Jamaica, the late Honorable Barbara Gludon wrote an article in the Jamaica Observer which she titled, Big Massa Passing Through. Was the esteemed Barbara Gludon being racist? Was she referring to Mike Pompeo as a slave master? No. Miss Gludon was referring to her perceptions of the power relations among the parties. Now, Madam Speaker, is the term massa only used to describe power relations involving a white person? Well, let's look at the evidence. No one accused a previous union of being racist in 2009 when their General Secretary likened Prime Minister Bruce Golding to a quote-unquote Bakra Massa during the course of wage negotiations. The story appeared in the Gleaner, and there were certainly no editorials about the use of a racial slur. Madam Speaker, former PNP MP Ronnie Thwaites, who once sat in this House, has used the terms Bakra and the terms Bakra Massa on a number of occasions in his columns in the Gleaner. In a 2018 column that was titled and that ended with the words, Yes, Bakra, exclamation sign, Reverend Thwaites outlined his reasons for voting against the state of emergency at the time and implied that, in his view, the Holness administration was exhibiting Bakra tendencies. He was referring, Madam Speaker, not to the race of members of the government in power, but to his perception of an attitude and approach of members of the government. Now, Madam Speaker, are these terms, or is this term only used in reference to politicians? No, but it is always referring to an attitude and style of leadership related to power. In 2019, a Gleaner headline read, Cumberland principal staff at loggerheads over Bakra Massa leadership. That was the headline in the Gleaner. The entire criticism in the article was based on an accusation of disrespect through the principal's perceived choice of language and leadership attitude. The article had nothing whatsoever to do with race. Madam Speaker, twice in the past, Gleaner columnist or guest columnist Kevin O'Brien Chang has described, in his view, a previous West Indies cricket board as having a quote-unquote Bakra Massa leadership attitude. Nothing there about race or color. Madam Speaker, despite the hullabaloo created by the PNP, which in my view,
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member has invoked Section 18 of the Standing Orders. And that section is quite explicit that no controversial matter may be brought. And what is at the heart of the minister's statement is indeed a controversy. And this controversy started last week by the minister. And Madam Speaker, it is an abuse of the standing orders if we were to allow this, the minister to continue in this vein. This is indeed a controversial matter.
Madam Speaker, just to respond in the interpretation of that very section 18, the issue as it relates to controversial matter relates to whether that matter of controversy was in the House. There was no matter of controversy in the House per se, and what the member is doing is responding appropriately to what Section 18 does ask, that on a matter of word, he can make a statement, and that's what he's doing.
Member, I pause because this matter has been in the public domain to read this section which says, with the leave of the Speaker and the indulgence of the House, which we received because I granted leave, we agreed, a member may make a personal explanation, although there be no question before the House. But no controversial matter may be brought forward, nor may any debate arise upon the explanation. And before I go further, I'm asking all members of this House, on either side of the aisle, whenever the Speaker is speaking, to observe silence. That is in keeping with the standing orders. So, I wrote from what the minister started by saying, and I'm paraphrasing because I was listening carefully to what came from his mouth, and he says, race-based politics is not something he will ever engage in. And what I understand him to be doing is explaining that his comment was not made to be race connected. And I want to state very clearly, as this Speaker, that race-based politics will never be accepted in this House in any form or fashion. I want for all of us and Jamaicans to know that this Parliament has long passed the stage of race-based politics. Those dark days are over. We are a country where our motto is, out of many, one people. And therefore, I am imploring every member of this Parliament on either side of the aisle to refrain from bringing this Parliament and indeed our country into the depths from where we have long emerged. So, the explanation, Minister, I take it it's not a speech. You have explained yourself. And are you at the close? Well, very well. But, Minister, I know you were just finishing, but it is a right of the member to raise a point if he wanted it elucidated, and therefore he so did, and that is what I have. Go ahead.
Madam Speaker, before the member rose to his feet, I was making the point that the term massa, as used in Jamaica in modern times, the evidence suggests that it is, one, a part of the modern lexicon of Jamaica, two, habitually employed in non-racial ways, and three, always refers to attitudes regarding power relations. And I was given a number of examples of this, including examples of its usage by former members of this House who sat on the other side. And, Madam Speaker, I was at the point of my presentation where I have not spoken on this matter over the past week, and I have to address what has occurred from my point of view. And I'm saying, despite... Yes. Yes. So Madam Speaker, despite the hullabaloo created by the PNP, which in my view, in 2017...
Member, I would ask you to refrain from using that word, hullabaloo. I don't think it's appropriate.
No problem at all. No problem at all. Madam Speaker, what I was about to say is that in 2017, a former member of this House who sat on that side,
Member, we have to follow the standing orders. We are not going to call people by name. Members, hold a minute. We have students in the House. I have implored you that we're going to follow the standing order. So we're not going to call names or anything also. We are going to always refer just to the honorable members and their various persons. Please.
Madam Speaker, in 2017, two former members of this House who sat on the other side appeared in an episode of an online program, Madam Speaker, Probe, and the program was titled Mombasa Grass for Massa Horse. And the Massa reference here was the then Minister of Agriculture, who's a member on this side. The byline, Madam Speaker, to this episode was, in quotes, probing issues of power. For the members, Madam Speaker, who appeared in that program, Massa was not about race. It was about power. And the link to this Massa titled program was retweeted from the official account of the opposition with the encouragement, watch this video. Watch this video. Massa then, Madam Speaker, was not about race. It was about power, and the opposition's official Twitter account recommended that episode and that video. So, Madam Speaker, I see an inconsistency, therefore, to now claim racism when the exact same term that they used applied to a member on this side is now racist when the same term is used on the other side. Madam Speaker, the points that I am making about the inappropriateness of referring to Jamaicans with derogatory labels such as the one I mentioned earlier, damn fool, in addition to little boy and little girl, is a point that the opposition of a different vintage would have themselves made emphatically. And therefore I consider it, Madam Speaker, an irony of ironies. Madam Speaker, there are several Jamaican proverbs that make use of the word massa. Here are a few. Sleep ab no massa, which means eventually sleep will overpower you. Massa has, massa grass, which is a proverb about power, control, and entitlement. Another one is patient dog, nyam in massa bone. With patience, you can rise above those who may have authority over you. Are we racist, Madam Speaker, or racially motivated when we invoke these Jamaican proverbs? No. In these proverbs, massa is used non-racially in relation to power and authority. Madam Speaker, despite political competition, Mark Golding and I have always, the opposition leader, the opposition leader and I have always enjoyed a very productive relationship in this and the other house, and a warm and friendly one outside, inclusive of our wives. Some of the interpretations I have seen and listened to are inconsistent with that reality. The reasons are, Madam Speaker, speaking my truth, is that my remarks have been misconstrued, my motives have been misrepresented, and my intentions have been distorted. I regret that some persons may have viewed my remarks as racially motivated. To again be clear, that was never my intention. To apologize, however, Madam Speaker, would be to legitimize what simply is not true. The truth is that massa, in its modern usage, is applied non-racially. Massa mark, as I used it, was not about race. Massa mark, as I used it, was not about color. Massa is always about an attitude and style regarding power, and that is how I use the term to describe what I saw as disrespectful attitude and language, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I thank you and members of the House for affording me this opportunity.
Madam Speaker, I rise to seek permission under Standing Order number 18 for personal explanation. Could I get a podium, please?
I have read it. I'm approving you to use the provision of Standing Order 18. And members, those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you also to the members of the House. Madam Speaker, I am the first to admit that the words used by me last Tuesday to rebuff comments of sit down and no say nothing from the government benches were unparliamentary. Madam Speaker, I found the comments unbecoming, including those that also said, but I no lie, him is a descendant of slave masters. I found the comments unbecoming of those referenced by the Minister of Finance as one, unbecoming, and two, I felt them to have been a racial slur used in addressing the leader of the opposition. That was the original point on which I rose. However, the comments that I heard from the benches of the government also increased my anger. It also increased my frustration with the level of incivility and disrespect that I have found far too often coming from that side. It is true that there are times when they also come from this side of the benches as well. We have been asking members in the society, school children and everyone, to look at how they speak to each other. We have been asking them, Madam Speaker, to refrain from abuse. And we have been at pains to indicate that verbal abuse is not only physical, but it is often also verbal. I want you to think with me, Madam Speaker, of two sides who meet almost on a weekly basis, several times sometimes. One side of 14 and another side of 49. I want you to imagine with me, Madam Speaker, what that side of 14 goes through day after day when the other side, at every opportunity they get, seek to quiet them by their numbers and by their abuse. It was in that context, Madam Speaker, when I rose to make a point that I felt very strongly about, and I saw other members belittling the point I was trying to make, and to add insult to injury, also telling me to sit down and not say nothing, that I responded. I have heard and seen, Madam Speaker, in social media and elsewhere, persons attributed that discourse to me either trying to insult the leader of government business or the Speaker of the House. I put it squarely on the record, Madam Speaker, that there was no intent to disrespect neither the leader of government business nor the Speaker of the House. In no way. Madam Speaker, I rose and I retorted based on what was happening at the moment. And I am the first to say that if I was not so provoked and could have contained my temper at the time, I could very easily have said, will you please allow me to make my point undisturbed? And so today, Madam Speaker, I have absolutely no problem, as I started to say last week, that I am willing to withdraw the comments that I made. I do so under no duress, but I do so conscious, Madam Speaker, that the Parliament requires a reset. Madam Speaker, the Parliament requires a reset because we have found it far too easy to say because an individual is seated and not mic'd, their disrespectful comments should be ignored. I want to make the call, Madam Speaker, for us to review that, because it should not be acceptable either, whether it is said seated or it is said while you are on the mic. I believe that fundamentally, how we address each other should be one of respect, because every single individual who comes to this House has been sent here by a number of persons who have voted for them and who have asked them to represent them in the House. Madam Speaker, I go further, and I also say that references to the hue of anyone's skin or things that might be so construed should also be construed or misconstrued, should also not be part of what we indulge in here in this House. And I say that, Madam Speaker, because I have had the opportunity since last week to speak, in fact, to a number of teachers who have said to me that they have found in their classrooms that it has become less tolerant. And I wasn't sure I understood what they meant. And so I asked, what are you saying? And what they have said to me, Madam Speaker, is that coming out of COVID and coming back into the classroom, they have found greater slurs being hurled by their students against the Chinese and against persons of a lighter hue. With that happening in our schools, Madam Speaker, I feel even more strongly than I did the last time around that an individual like myself, and I also say it, Madam Speaker, because I am also aware that the way I wear my hair sometimes is a problem. I know that because members in this House have told me that they could actually introduce me to a hairdresser. So I know that it is an issue in our country. Madam Speaker, the leader of opposition, Mr. Mark Golding, is a Jamaican. Born in Jamaica, schooled in Jamaica, married to a Jamaican, with Jamaican children. His father and himself, they have served the Jamaican people with respect. They have given their life of service, it should be acknowledged and never be torn down.
Member, I am allowing you, like I did the member from the government side, to use Standing Orders 18 as self-explanatory. And you have indicated you have no difficulty and you're not under duress in withdrawing the statement, and I appreciate that, and I think it is a correct thing to do. But this section that we are using, the session having passed, is a session that does not allow us to debate the issue at hand. So that I appreciate what you're saying, but I am guiding you that this is not a subject for debate. I am not prepared for the Parliament to go into that debate under this section.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the guidance. The comments I have made is really simply to put in context how I felt, how I received the racial slurs that I heard, and what provoked me, and what I thought is a way that as a Parliament we could move forward, and also the implications of our behavior here and how that's translated outside. So, Madam Speaker, as I close, I want to say that we have to find a new level. We have to rise, I believe, to a new level. And we have to be willing to be bold enough to acknowledge when we have erred. We have to be bold enough not to hide behind words as we make the statement, because there are many others looking at us and expecting us to set an example. Thank you very much.
Members, I have listened to both statements, and I want to say, as I said, and I have said before, and to borrow your own words, there needs to be a reset in this Parliament, and there is as of this evening. And when I say reset, I mean specifically the behavior of all members of Parliament. This Parliament is the highest court of the land. And this Parliament has examples of members who have sat in this House for several years, who have had disagreements, who have had differences of views and disagreement with their counterparts. And never before have I ever seen something that has brought this Parliament into the level of disrepute that took place last week. I want the reset to be made, that it should never happen again. And indeed, member, one of the things about good parliamentary behavior is in a matter of this nature that is so important. You have addressed me, the member on this side, and I listened carefully. A document was given to me to sign, and I pushed it away. I don't expect, if I'm responding now, that you will be speaking with another member at the same time. That I also find is not parliamentary and not gracious. And to use your own words, we must have a reset. We must abide by the standing orders. We must learn to be respectful of each other. And this speaker does not, and I certainly would not like to preside over a parliament that is like a Sunday school, where you cannot have exchanges. As one member said, we are parliamentarians. We are like on a stage. And with the cut and thrust of democratic politics, there are going to be exchanges. But I ask you to recognize, and I urge every member to read the standing orders, because the standing order says clearly from Standing Order 40 that when a member is speaking, other members should be heard in silence. When you deliver your speeches, you should do so in English language. When it is that the speaker, and this is not referring to Marissa Dalrymple Philibert, I am referring to the office of the Speaker of this House. Once you get up and you address the Speaker, it is all well and good to say anger and provocation. And it is indeed a defense if you are charged for something that you were provoked. But it certainly does not diminish the offense. And not, as I said, for Marissa Dalrymple Philibert, but for the Parliament and the decorum, I ask that we observe the rules of Parliament. I accept, as the member on this side of the fence said, that race politics is not something that he entertains. And therefore, having been there some years ago, I ask that as a Parliament of 2023, we do not return to that. And I want to thank both members, and I want to use the very words of the member who spoke last. We do need a reset. And members, just be reminded that every member of this House has the right to challenge any ruling of any speaker. You do have the right. But if you read your standing orders, it will tell you the parliamentary way to do so. No speaker can just automatically make a ruling that you do not have an avenue to challenge. And I urge you to do so in a parliamentary fashion, because that is your right, and you ought to be heard. So I'm encouraging every member of the Parliament that if the Speaker makes a ruling and you do not use the parliamentary procedures open to us, and do what is necessary so that we may have a debate on the point that is being challenged. That is the correct way. That is the way. And therefore, as a reset, and we have students in the gallery this evening, and it's good for them to understand that disagreements, misunderstandings can take place, but the proper way to deal with these situations is for us to explain properly. So parliamentary behavior, decorum, please call your members by the constituency or refer to the honorable member, because we are all honorable members in this House. I don't want to curtail the friendly sotto voce exchanges between both sides, but I ask members of this Parliament to understand we cannot descend to a level which our ancestors and our members of Parliament who sat in this House before us has never before descended. I'm asking us not to do it. And I urge us all, in the interest of, as the member said, a reset, to let us move towards the agenda that we have for today. We have a long agenda, and there's much work for us to get through. So, House Leader,
Madam Speaker, on the matter of statements by ministers, and I urge that we do proceed with a level of alacrity because of the extensiveness of the agenda today and the need for us to finish the business of the House. The member from St. James West Central and Minister of Legal and Constitutional Affairs is slated to make a statement. I now invite you to ask her to make that statement, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, House Leader, and I'll give everybody the latitude that I will need as I check quickly to ensure that I am referring to the member from the proper constituency. We all have the latitude to take a little time and look, because we are going to now follow good parliamentary procedure. So the member from St. James West Central, I know. And pardon me before you begin, I did ask the House Leader, I invited him, but I did not indicate for the purpose of our members and our students and the public at large. We are now at the item on the agenda, statements by ministers. Member?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This ministerial statement is intended to update this Honourable House and the people of Jamaica on the status of the constitutional reform programme. Madam Speaker, I am happy to report that the Constitutional Reform Committee has been constituted. The announcement was made by the Prime Minister at a press conference on Wednesday, March 2022 of this year. The Constitutional Reform Committee is a high-level committee with representatives drawn from a diverse cross-section of the society as follows. With myself as chair, co-chair from the Office of the Prime Minister in the person of Ambassador Rocky Meads, the Attorney General of Jamaica, Dr. Derek McCoy, Senator the Honourable Tom Tavares Finson, President of the Senate and Commissioner of the Electoral Commission of Jamaica, Senator Ransford Braham, Government Senator, Senator Donna Scott Motley from the Parliamentary Opposition in the Senate, Mr. Anthony Hilton, Parliamentary Opposition here in the House of Representatives, Professor Albert Richard, who is our international constitutional law expert, Dr. the Honourable Lloyd Barnett, our national constitutional law expert, Mr. Hugh Small, consultant counsel and a nominee of the Leader of the Parliamentary Opposition, Dr. David Henry from the wider society, but with focus on the faith-based community, Dr. Nadine Spence from civil society, who is also a social and political commentator, Mrs. Lalita Davis Mattis, Chairman of the National Reparations Commission, Mr. Sujay Boswell, who is there to bridge the generational divide as a youth advisor. The committee will be supported by a committee liaison officer in the person of Mr. Christopher Harper, who is our Senior Constitutional Reform Officer at the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs. Madam Speaker, a secretariat managed by my Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs has been established to provide technical guidance and support to the Constitutional Reform Committee. The officers of the Secretariat are drawn from the Ministry itself, including the Permanent Secretary, the Director of Legal Reform, the Chief Parliamentary Counsel, Senior Constitutional Reform Officer. People from the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, the Attorney General's Chambers, and we are assisted from the Office of the Services Commission with steno writers. Madam Speaker, the Constitutional Reform Committee will be required to serve between March 2023, in fact, commenced on March 1, and all things being equal, no later than the end of the constitutional life of the Parliament. But just to say that the constitutional reform work will go on beyond if we are to achieve the goals of doing a complete overhaul of our constitutional and legal infrastructure. Madam Speaker, the committee has hit the ground running. The inaugural meeting was also convened on Wednesday, March 2022, when the press conference was held at which the Prime Minister announced the members. I'm pleased to also report to the Honourable House that the terms of reference which will guide work of the committee and its operations was finalized at that meeting. I remind that the purpose of the committee is to assist in providing expert guidance and oversight to the government and people of Jamaica during the constitutional reform process, and to, among other things, implement the recommendations of the Joint Select Committee on Constitutional and Electoral Reform, on which consensus remains, while helping to build consensus where it has eroded or is non-existent on other related matters. Madam Speaker, the Constitutional Reform Committee is required to assess how the passage of time has impacted the recommendations of the Joint Select Committee on Constitutional and Electoral Reform, the recommendations that are contained in the final report, which was submitted to and approved by the Parliament. The committee will advise what fresh perspectives ought to be considered in light of any new national, regional, and international development between then and now, as well as recommend on any necessary modification to update the recommendations for implementation. Committee will also evaluate the said recommendations on the establishment of the Office of President of the Republic of Jamaica and advise on the nature of the presidency, the qualifications and tenure of the President, and the legislative, executive, or ceremonial powers to be exercised by the President as head of state. Committee will also assist in coordinating the required parliamentary cross-aisles and nationwide consultation and collaboration during the various phases of the reform work, and in particular will help to educate the electorate on their role in the referendum process in order to successfully transition Jamaica from a constitutional monarchy to a republic, and for related matters. Committee will generally agree and guide on the sequence of steps to be undertaken to implement the said recommendations of the Joint Select Committee on Constitutional and Electoral Reforms and other recommendations for implementation to achieve the overall reform goal. Madam Speaker, the committee is required to help guide the constitutional reform process throughout all phases of the work, including during the referendum process. And when I say all phases, to culminate in the crafting of a modern new constitution of Jamaica, which reflects an appreciation and understanding of our cultural heritage, our governance challenges and development aspirations, and which embodies the will of the people of Jamaica. Madam Speaker, I did indicate to the Honourable House previously that the work will be executed in 3 phases. I reiterate that phase 1 will focus on repatriation of the Constitution of Jamaica, abolition of the constitutional monarchy, establishment of the Republic of Jamaica, and all matters within the deeply entrenched provisions of the Constitution for which a referendum is required to amend. Phase 2 will review other ordinarily entrenched provisions of the Constitution for which amendments are desired and required, including the wordings and provisions of the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms set out at Chapter 3. Phase 3 will culminate with a full assessment of the nation-state's legal and constitutional infrastructure to facilitate putting together the new Constitution of Jamaica. Madam Speaker, the duration of Phase 1 is approximately 2 months, focusing specifically on the transition from a constitutional monarchy to a republic and related matters for the bill for which a referendum is required. It is projected that the bill in respect of this matter will be tabled in the Parliament during the first quarter of the 23-24 legislative year. The other phases will proceed in sequence after the tabling of the bill and will run in parallel to the work to be done to prepare the electorate for the referendum. Madam Speaker, in conducting its review and making its recommendations, the Constitutional Reform Committee is expected to, among other things, examine the provisions of the Order in Council, the Constitution of Jamaica, the Jamaica Independence Act, and identify the provisions that may require amendment or revocation to give effect to the reform recommendations. To advise and make recommendations on the shift from a constitutional monarchy to a republic, including the manner of selection of the head of state, the powers to be exercised by the head of state, and the power dynamics within Jamaica's governance structure. Also, the committee will comparatively examine the processes adopted by other constitutional monarchies that have transitioned to a republic, with consideration being given to any differences in the Constitution of Jamaica. As for Phase 2, Madam Speaker, there will be a conduct an in-depth review of the provisions of Chapter 3 of the Constitution to clarify the legislative intention and make recommendations for reform of any of its provisions where necessary or advisable. Committee will consult with constitutional law practitioners and as wide a cross-section of the public from whom the committee deems it useful to obtain views on the proposals for reform and the proposed process for transition from a constitutional monarchy to a republic. Madam Speaker, we have noted the concerns reported in the media and those expressed elsewhere about the lawyer-centric nature of the Constitutional Reform Committee. Madam Speaker, I ask everyone to note that constitutional reform work is highly technical and complex.
Your time for speaking has expired.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the member's time be extended by 5 minutes to allow her to complete the presentation. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, House Leader. The question before the House is that the member's time be extended to allow her to complete her presentation. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm grateful for the indulgence. As I was saying, we have noted the concerns reported in the media and those expressed elsewhere about the lawyer-centric nature of the Constitutional Reform Committee. Madam Speaker, I ask everyone to note that constitutional reform work is highly technical and complex, and especially the work to be done in Phase 1. Although not everyone who is a lawyer by profession is on the committee in that role, I invite those who have questioned the wisdom of having so many lawyers on this committee to consider that lawyers are always helpful in ensuring that all I's are dotted and all T's are crossed, that due process is adhered to in our public consultations, procedural fairness and transparency prevail throughout the entire process. Madam Speaker, lawyers are trained to be especially attentive to the values of a democratic process of constitution making. Madam Speaker, having said that, it is our intention to co-opt stakeholders from various sectors of the society to serve on various subcommittees. And already the public engagement and communication subcommittee has been established, and it will include members of the public and non-lawyer members of the public. Madam Speaker, the next meeting of the committee will be convened tomorrow, Wednesday, March 29. And so far, meetings are scheduled to be held weekly, at a minimum up to March 31. Madam Speaker, as we embark on this momentous journey, I commit to providing periodic updates to this Honourable House and to the people of Jamaica on the deliverables of the committee. I thank you.
Permit me to just say a few words as someone who has been privileged to serve on the committee. I want to first of all thank the Minister for what is quite obvious, a lot of work and preparation that has gone into both the establishment and the agenda for the work ahead. If I might, speaking not only for myself, but for the members of the committee that I've had the opportunity to interact with in the brief meeting we had last week, I can report that the members of the committee are highly motivated. They are humbled by the assignment, and they are hopeful that the process will be one that would yield the results that is in the best interest of the Jamaican people. Speaking for the opposition, if I might, and the task that we have, it is to really ensure that the opposition approaches this work in good faith, working with the team, listening, and also providing our inputs. But importantly, we have a constitutional responsibility as well. And we'll discharge that responsibility by ensuring that the rights and freedoms of the Jamaican people are protected. So we approach this assignment with humility and with the knowledge that this is indeed a momentous occasion, and it is consequential for the Jamaican people and our future. And so that imbues our approach to the work. The criticism about it being lawyer-centric, well, I know the Minister's response, and I'm sure the Minister has heard the criticisms, but I believe that the team that has been assembled is a good team, and we shouldn't make the good the enemy of the best. We shouldn't make the good the enemy of the best. And we need to get on with the work. I'm pleased to note that as the work evolves, there will be the opportunity for more persons who are non-lawyers but can make a contribution, that they'll be incorporated in the process. So I simply say that we view the work as very, very serious, very important work. And I think the proof of the pudding will be in the eating. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Announcements.
Laid on the table of the House today are the following. Report of investigation conducted into the allegations of impropriety and irregularity surrounding the award of a contract regarding the provision of quality surveying services at a property located at 4 Windsor Road, St. Anne's Bay, St. Anne. Ministry Paper number 35 of 2023, entitled Annual Report of the All Island Jamaica Cane Farmers Association for the year ended September 30, 2018. Annual Report on Audited Financial Statement of the All Island Jamaica Cane Farmers Association for the year ended September 30, 2018. Green Paper number 2 of 2023, entitled The Government of Jamaica National Natural Disaster Risk Financing Policy. Annual Report for the Universal Service Fund for the financial year 2021-2022. Annual Report for Scientific Research Council for the financial year 2021-2022. Performance Audit Report on the management of fire prevention activities of the Jamaica Fire Brigade. The Auditor General's Department audit of the effectiveness of Jamaica's institutional framework
in enabling a strong and resilient national public health service. The Road Traffic License Duties Amendment Order 2023 and its resolution. The Customs Tariff Revision Amendment Resolution 2023. Report of the Ethics Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the motion for exemption brought on behalf of the Member of Parliament for St. Catherine Southeastern. The Auditor General's Department certified appropriation accounts for heads 7,000 recurrent for the Office of the Children's Advocate for the years 2015, 2016, and 2016, 2017. Also, for the years 2017 and 2018. Head 20,056 for Tax Administration Jamaica for the year 2019-2020. Head 26,000B Capital for the Office of the Cabinet for the year 2018-2019. And Head 1600C for the Office of the Cabinet for the year 2020-2021. Head 16,000 recurrent for the Office of the Cabinet for the year 2018-2019 and 2020-2021. Head 8,000 Independent Commission of Investigation for the year 2021-2022 and Head 2,823 recurrent Court of Appeal for the head 2014-2015, headed 28,054 for Court Management Services for the year 2017-2018, head 6,000 for the Office of the Services Commission for the year 2016-2017, head 26,000, 26,000A and 26,000B respectively from the Ministry of National Security for the years 2017-2018. For the year 2017-2018. Thank you.
Bills brought from the Senate.
The following is a message from the President of the Senate. To the Honorable House of Representatives, I have the honor to advise the Honorable House of Representatives that on the 24th day of March 2023, a bill entitled An Act to Apply a Sum out of the Consolidated Fund to the Service of the Year ending on the 31st day of March 2024 and to appropriate the sums granted in this session of Parliament was passed in the Honorable Senate without amendment. Signed, Thomas Tavares Swinson, OJ, CD, KC, JP. President of the Senate.
Petitions, papers, reports from committees.
Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of the House a copy of the following report, the report of the Ethics Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the motion for exemption brought on behalf of the Member of Parliament for St. Catherine Southeastern.
Notices of motions given orally.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Be it resolved that the Ethics Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the motion for exemption brought on behalf of the Member of Parliament for St. Catherine Southeastern, which was laid on the table of the House on the 28th day of March 2023, be approved.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move and give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I'll move be it resolved that notwithstanding standing orders number 76(1), and in accordance with the Section 64 of the Security Interest in Personal Properties Act 2013, this Honorable House may appoint a select committee comprising the following members: Ms. Carencia Morrison, Mr. Donovan Williams, Mr. Mika Davis, Mr. Dwight Siblis, Mr. Anthony Hilton, and Mr. Julian Robinson, to sit jointly with a similar committee to be appointed by the Honorable Senate to conduct the statutory review of the Act and report its findings to this House. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion. Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move. Be it resolved that this Honorable House of Representatives approve the plans and programs being pursued by the government in respect of the ministries which were not included in the debate on the Appropriations Bill, and further approve the policy projections as announced for the financial year 23 to 24. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move to introduce and have read the first time a bill shortly entitled the Electronic Transactions Amendment Act 2023.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I'll move to introduce and have read a first time a bill shortly entitled the Companies Amendment Act. Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I'll move the following motion. The Road Traffic Act. The Road Traffic License Duty Amendment Order 2023 Resolution. Whereas Section 18 of the Road Traffic Act, hereinafter referred to as the Act, provides that the Minister responsible for finance may, after consultation with the Minister responsible for transport, by order revoke, increase, reduce, or alter any license duty specified in the third schedule. And whereas by virtue of Section 18 subsection 2 of the Act, an order made under Section 18 subsection 1 of the Act shall be subject to affirmative resolution. And whereas on the 21st day of March 2023, the Minister made the Road Traffic License Duty Order 2023. And whereas it is desirable that the Road Traffic License Duty Amendment Order 2023 be affirmed, now therefore be it resolved by this Honourable House as follows. This resolution may be cited as a Road Traffic License Duty Amendment Order 2023 resolution. The Road Traffic License Duty Amendment Order 2023, laid on the table of the House on the 20th day of March 2023, is hereby affirmed. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I'll move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion. Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I'll move the following motion. The Customs Tariff Revision Amendment Resolution 2023. Whereas Section 5, subsection 1 of the Customs Act provides that it shall be lawful for the House of Representatives from time to time by resolution to impose import or export duties of customs on any goods whatsoever which may be imported into or exported from the island, and to revoke, reduce, increase, or alter any such duties, and to provide for the importation or exportation of any goods without payment of customs duties thereon. And whereas the House of Representatives, with effect from the 1st day of January 1973, by resolution entitled the Customs Tariff Revision Resolution 1972, imposed the import customs duty set out in the first schedule to the resolution. And whereas it is desirable to amend the first schedule to the Customs Tariff Revision Resolution in the manner hereinafter appearing, now therefore be it resolved by the House of Representatives as follows. This resolution may be cited as the Customs Tariff Revision Amendment Resolution 2023 and shall be read and construed as one with the Customs Tariff Revision Resolution 1972, hereinafter referred to as the Principal Resolution, and all amendments thereto. With effect from the date of the publication of this resolution in the Gazette, and for a period of 5 years ended on the anniversary date of the publication, The first schedule to the principal resolution is amended by deleting the items relating to tariff code number 8704.60.90 and substituting therefore the following. Description of goods: other with only electric motor for propulsion, other with only electric motor for propulsion 3 years and less since the date of manufacture, duty rate 10%. Other with only electric motor for propulsion exceeding 3 years since the date of manufacture, duty rate 30%. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I'll move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion. Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I'll move to introduce and have read a first time a bill shortly entitled the Financial Administration and Audit Amendment Act 2023. I did companies first. Oh, so long.
Questions and answers to questions.
Madam Speaker, I now invite the member to ask the question standing in his name.
Madam Speaker, would the Leader of Government Business and the Minister of Tourism please answer the question standing in my name?
Madam Speaker, the question 1, and we've asked the Minister to note that the questions were in fact provided for him, the answers ahead of time, so he can follow.
If I might, I have gotten a copy of the answers, but I've also made the observation that in respect of at least one of them, there was a non-answer.
Okay, no.
So he has to read.
No, I didn't actually require the member to respond to that. I just wanted to make sure that he did have a copy of the answers with him. So the question is, would the minister please state whether the ministry's thrust for greater export from Jamaica includes medicinal cannabis and cannabis-derived products? If not, why not? Answer. The Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce continues to prioritize the development of competitive industries, and critical focus on is now being given to production and expansion of exports of non-traditional products. As we seek to build robust industries, including medicinal cannabis, the Ministry remains committed to growing Jamaican exports from both goods and services sectors. The Ministry is placing greater focus on the exploration of new markets for exports of cannabis, expansion of local markets such as medicinal, cultural, and health and wellness tourism, and encouragement of linkage opportunities across the cannabis value chain. The export thrust is enhanced by the promulgation of the Dangerous Drugs, Cannabis Import, Exports, Transit and Transshipment Regulations 2022, which now strengthens Jamaica's ability to engage in export of medicinal cannabis and cannabis byproducts to other states which are signatories to the 1961 Single Convention. However, it must be highlighted that cannabis remains a Schedule I drug under the 1961 Single Convention on Narcotic Drugs. Therefore, export opportunities for cannabis must be considered in the current global context of trade in medicinal cannabis, which restricts trade only among signatories to the 1961 Single Convention and focus on growing local industries within the potential market. Question 3. If the answer is yes, then state the number of license permits granted by the Cannabis Licensing Authority to Jamaican companies, entities by export of medicinal cannabis in whatever form? Answer, the CLA has granted 224 export authorizations for the period 2018 to 2022. All licensees are Jamaican companies. Question 4. Would the Minister please state how many licenses permits have been granted by the CLA for the export of medicinal cannabis materials, botanical flowers, buds, oils, or other products from Jamaica? In total, for research purposes only, answer, 9. In total, for commercial sale, 215. To Canada, either for transit through or use in Canada, for research purposes only, specifying the date of each license and permit and the quantities specified, and the answer for that is 8. Date issued, description of consignment quantity approved to export. 1. November 26, 2018, dried flour, 0.2 pounds. 2. December 20, 2018, extract, 1,300 kilos. Grams, I'm sorry, grams. Grams, not kilos. Absolutely grams, I couldn't imagine that. I wasn't even thinking of you. 3, October 16, 2019, dried flour, 11 pounds. 4, October 16, 2019, dried flour, 11 pounds. 5, October 29, 2019, dried flour, 0.83 pounds. 6, December 20, 2019, extract, 570 grams. 7, August 21, 2020, dried flour, 350 grams. And 8, August 21, 2020, extract, 575 grams. D, to Canada, either for transit through or use in Canada for commercial sale, specifying the date of each license permit and the quantities specified therein. The answer to that is 1. Date issued, description of consignment, quantity approved to export. 1, May 15, 2020, and 2, exported on July 23, 2020, and the extract was 4,536 grams. Question 5. That was a very involved question there. Question 5. Would the Minister please state how many licenses, permits have been granted by the CLA for the import of cannabis materials, botanical flowers, buds, oils, tinctures, and other products, for research purposes only, specifying the source of countries and the cannabis material to be imported, the companies to which the licenses permits have been granted, and the date of grants and quantities specified therein? Answer. The CLA has granted 2 import authorizations for market research. Only one was used for the approximate weight of 44 pounds in 5 retail outlets. Date issued, date expired, purpose of import, approximate weight, and name of strain, form of import, country of origin, licensees. December 18, 2022, December 22, 23, and medical 331 pounds. Madam Speaker, it is to be noted here that Tom Ford Pink Kush, dried flour, Canada, Canavera, those are the companies that it went to. December 8, 2022, 31 December 2022, those 2 dates, 44 pounds of medical cannabis was utilized. And again, it's only was used for tranquil, elephantizer, dried flour, and that is Canada Canavera. I think that when further explanations are given by the Minister of State for Industry and Commerce, he will elaborate on those. Question 6. Would the Minister please state how many license permits have been granted by the CLA for the import of cannabis materials for commercial sale, specifying the source countries of the cannabis material to be imported, the companies to which the licenses, permits have been granted, and the dates and grants and quantities specified therein? Now, these questions have the same form, and the answers I'm giving in the same manner. The CLA has granted 2 import authorizations for commercial sale. Date issued, date expired, purpose of imports, approximate weight, number of strain from imports, country origin licenses. And June 3rd, 2020, second was February 21st, 2021, and to the United States of America. Specifics, in terms of it now scientific, 1 kilo, then this time is 1 kilogram, yes. And the broad spectrum CBD oil, and I think there is Jacana Therapeutics Limited. I think you understand that very well. Therapeutic purposes, 60 clones, Flower United States of America. And then Gorilla Glue, Twisted Grape, and Booba Hash Plant, Dried Itopia Life Limited. Question 7. If the CLA has granted any licenses, permits for the import of cannabis into Jamaica, what is the policy justification for the CLA having exercised its regulatory discretion to grant licenses, permits for the importation, no cap, of cannabis into Jamaica in the quantities stated in such licenses, permits? The Dangerous Drugs Amendment Act 2015 under Section 9A and 7D established the CLA and imbued it with the authority to grant authorizations for importation and exportation of cannabis. In light of that direction granted under the Dangerous Drugs Amendment Act 2015, the Dangerous Drugs Cannabis Import, Export, Transit, and Transshipment Regulations 2022 was promulgated to give effect to that authorization. To complement the regulation, the CLA has commenced work on detailed administrative guidelines to guide considerations of applications for import that will ensure a balance between the need for the import and the development of local medicinal cannabis industry. Question 8. Does the existing trade agreement between Jamaica and Canada require free, unrestricted trade in regulated products such as cannabis? The answer: Jamaica is currently a signatory to CARIBCAN, which is a non-reciprocal agreement which allows all Commonwealth Caribbean countries to export goods free to Canada with a few exclusions. This agreement does not explicitly refer to the trade in cannabis. Number 9. Does the existing trade agreements between Jamaica and Canada allow for reciprocal trade of regulated products such as cannabis? Answer: approximately 6% of Jamaica's export to Canada now enters duty-free under the CARIBCAN agreement. CARIBCAN is non-reciprocal for duty-free access. However, Canada and Jamaica maintain a liberal trade regime for the import and export of regulated products. The CARIBCAN agreement does not explicitly reference the trade of regulated products such as cannabis. However, the import and export provisions for cannabis in Canada is governed by Canada's international drug treaty obligations. Canada is a party to the Single Convention on Narcotic Drug, 1961, as amended by the 1972 Protocol, the Convention on Psychotropic Substances, 1971, and the United Nations Convention Against Illicit Traffic in Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substances, 1988. Health Canada maintains control over the control and movement of cannabis in a manner consistent with these international drug control conventions. The import and export of cannabis, therefore, may only be authorized for medical and scientific purposes and within the parameters set by the international drug conventions. Importing or exporting cannabis for medical or scientific purposes requires a permit from the Health Canada for each shipment. Health Canada's general policy is to issue imports or export permits only in limited circumstances, such as importing starting materials, example seeds and plants, for a new license holder. Exporting cannabis products to another country that has a legal regime for access to cannabis for medical purposes. Or 3, importing or exporting small quantities of cannabis for scientific purposes, example, research or testing. Question 10, 11, and 12. Question, was any request made by the Plant Quarantine and Produce Inspection Branch of the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries for the issuance of a permit to the CLA or any company for the importation of medical cannabis from Canada or any purpose, and in any form or quantity within the last year or so? If the answer to Part 10 is in the affirmative, was such request granted, authorized by the PBPIB, Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, or on what date? If the answer to Part 10 is in the negative, why was the request not granted or authorized? Answer, pursuant to Regulations 4.3 of the Dangerous Drugs, Cannabis Import, Export, Transit, and Transshipment Regulations 2022, an applicant for an import permit shall submit to the authority a complete application form supported with 1, the relevant application fee, 2, the export authorization issued by the competent authority in the exporting country, 3, a copy of the relevant airway bill or bill of lading, as the case may be, 4, the phytosanitary certificate issued by the competent authority in the exporting country, the Plant Quarantine Act, 5, the current tax compliance certificate in respect of applicants, and 6, such other documents as the authority may require for the purpose of determining the application. So, given the interagency jurisdictional responsibility for import of cannabis, we are implementing the PQPI import phytosanitary permits for all cannabis imports. Those, Madam Speaker, constitute the full range of answers to the very extended sets of questions put forward by the member.
Minister, I wonder, I know you were answering on behalf of your colleague who sits in another place, but the Minister of State is here, and I wonder if the Minister of State could respond to some follow-up question. You can.
Just to let you know that, yes, the Minister of State is well equipped to handle the follow-up questions.
I'm happy to hear. So, Minister, the question 10, 11, and 12, let me start backwards. That asks specifically if within the year any request was made of the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries in the Plant and Quarantine Division. That was the question specifically. The answer is really an evasive one. It doesn't answer the question, which is, was there an application, was such an application made within the year for the importation of any quantity of cannabis in any form from Canada? It doesn't answer the question at all. It simply acknowledges that the requirement is being applied in question 6, but it doesn't say whether that request was made for the importation of cannabis from Canada during that year. Is that the best answer to the question?
Thank you very much, member from West St. Andrew, for the questions. We appreciate the fact that this subject matter has brought to the fore a discussion on an important product that we have always had in Jamaica, that we have had over the years, amplified by our culture, amplified by a particular community in Jamaica, the Rastafarian community, and one that has, over time, showed that the benefits that was always indicated by this particular community is one the world has now recognized. In response to your question, there are regulatory requirements generally for materials to enter Jamaica. There is the Ministry of Agriculture, the Plant Quarantine Division in particular. We will have the FSP, Food Protection and Storage Division from the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, as FSPID, that deals with another aspect of importation in Jamaica. As it regards to cannabis, as with any material of plant nature, the rules would be of such that the requirements calls for and would have been understood that the requirements are as it is. The CLA, as you know, issues authorization, and these authorizations would be based on the exporting country satisfying the requirements to be exported to, or in this case, to be imported into Jamaica. And those requirements are clearly set out in the authorization document, which includes phytosanitary certificate. So in its permit authorization, the CLA would have satisfied themselves that the phytosanitary certificate would have been issued by the exporting country, and that phytosanitary certificate would be one of the documents that would be assessed as far as the importation into Jamaica is concerned. Now, we have recognized that there are gaps within this particular industry, and those gaps is the gaps that we continue to, as it evolves, and as you know, it's an evolving industry, one where we have to ensure that all agencies, especially our border regulatory agencies, work in tandem to ensure that all requirements are in fact met for importation.
Minister, is that a yes or no? Was the application made and granted for the importation of the cannabis that from Canada that is the source of the discussion?
Member, as far as the information that I have is that the phytosanitary requirements was in fact met, and that the border regulatory agencies would have conducted their due diligence as far as importation is concerned. However, Again, I repeat, I concede that there is a gap, which is one that at the end of this of question 12 said, given the interagency jurisdictional responsibility of imports, we are implementing PQPI import phytosanitary permits for all cannabis products. The point is, member, that, and I'm repeating myself, that obviously a gap exists, and it's a gap that we are ensuring that all our border regulatory agencies conform.
But, Minister, that speaks to the future, correct? That speaks to the future, and I'm happy to hear that in the future that will be applied. My question, though, and you still haven't answered, is that in this particular respect, was a certificate issued, and if it is it available?
From my understanding, member, a certificate was not issued from here. The certificate that was issued was the phytosanitary certificate from the importing country, yes.
No, please be clear. The phytosanitary certificate that was issued from the exporting country, but none was issued from the importing country, which is Jamaica. Am I correct?
From my understanding, member, I am not aware that one was issued by Jamaica on its arrival. And for the third time, I'm mentioning the fact that obviously, because the industry is unfolding at such a rapid rate, I mean, the member from South St. Andrew was basically one of the architects in its initial form when he was at the Ministry of Justice, I believe. And we have recognized that there are some gaps in the legislation itself as it relates to interagency jurisdictional responsibility. And those are the gaps, member, that we seek to close.
So I take it the answer is no, and unless I'm wrong, and you can contradict me, my understanding is that the answer is no. No certificate exists. One was not issued, nor was it requested. Is that so? Yes or no?
But as I said, member, I am not aware that there was one for the importing side, but from the exporting country, a phytosanitary certificate was in fact issued. And again, I say that we recognize that there are gaps within the legislation and the interagency jurisdiction as far as border regulatory agencies performing their duties in a very cohesive manner. In this particular industry that is unfolding at a rapid rate, we do concede that there are gaps within the legislation.
So Minister, will you be issuing any more authorization without the certificate?
No, well, authorization are not issued by me. Authorization are issued by the CLA. So there's a question we'll have to ask the CLA.
The CLA, will the CLA be issuing any more authorization without the certification?
Well, that is thank you for your question, member. Of course, that answer I will see from the CLA.
And you'll update the House on that when you get the answer? Will you update the House when you get the answer?
Was that a question, member? Was that a question I missed? I was speaking to you.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
And did you answer?
Yes.
Hello. Yeah. I have some questions related to the responses given to questions 4 and 5. I note that in the answer to question 4, it is said that 9 permits were given for export to Canada for research purposes only. And in terms of quantities that were permitted to be exported to Canada for research purposes only, they range from 350 grams, 575 grams, 570 grams, 0.83 of 1 pound, 1,300 grams, which is about, there's 1.3 kilograms, that's about what? 3 pounds, 0.2 pounds, and then there were 2 for 11 pounds for dried flour. In relation to the answer to question 5, on the other hand, which was a question about whether permits have been granted for the import into Jamaica of cannabis, ganja-related products for research purposes only. We're told that CLA has granted 2 import authorizations for market research. Market research. You know, this is not really what certainly I would have expected to be covered by research and development licensing, which is to do with scientific research on the plant and so on. So authorizations for market research, and then one of them was for 44 pounds, and then it says 5 permitted. And I'm asking you, please, to look at this very carefully and demand very clear explanations from the CLA as to why they would do this and how they intend to move forward in relation to allowing the importation of ganja into the country. It is a small industry in the sense of the regulated players are struggling with all kinds of challenges. You're very familiar with them. We're trying to build an industry which has tremendous potential, as you know. Allowing large volume imports for market research to be distributed through retail outlets by Jamaican licensees is really not the purpose for which research permits are allowed. And I think this is, it has come to light and it needs to be nipped in the bud, pun intended. Yes. Yes, and it is going to be very important that you give us an update, maybe through a ministerial statement, when you've had a chance to really look at what they're doing in this area and what assurances you can give the country that this kind of thing won't happen again. I noticed in the response to question 7, the final paragraph says that the CLA has commenced work on detailed administrative guidelines to guide consideration of applications for import that will ensure a balance between the need for the import, whatever that might be, and the development of the local medicinal cannabis industry. The local industry's development is going to be thwarted or undermined by large volumes of dumped cannabis from markets where there's excess supply, which is the current situation in Canada. And the purpose of the import regime in relation to cannabis needs to be carefully considered, where the idea was that it would be for specific cases of medicinal need, where medical need for persons who had a particular condition, and there was not the strain available here, where somebody had some type of cancer or some other serious condition for which there was a basis for allowing. It was not to allow imports to undermine the local industry. So I'm asking you, please, with that principle embedded in the answer to question 7, that you look at this going forward, and then when you're ready, bring it to us so we can understand what the policy is going to be going forward. Because this issue has caused, as you're aware, considerable consternation in the country, considerable consternation amongst participants in the lawful ganja industry, and indeed persons interested in industry, even if they're not investors. So I hope to hear more from you in due course, and I look forward to it because it's a very important thing, and this has arisen. Let us nip it in the bud. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, Speaker, may I ask? Speaker. Thank you very much, member from South St. Andrew, for your comments. And your comments are, in fact, noted. You'd have also noticed, member, that the Prime Minister, in his closing of the debate, mentioned the views that he had and how strongly he felt about this particular. So the fact that the Prime Minister has openly said it, it is in similar understanding that you have. We do appreciate the fact that it's an industry that has tremendous potential, and we need to stop using the word of potential and actually derive the benefits from it. We are also very cognizant, as you did then and now, that the smaller players are really the engine of this industry. And we're devising several programs as a follow-up to a program that was done before, which is the AD1, the AD2, and several other programs that are now going through the approval stages to ensure that the smaller farmers are in fact included in this. We acknowledge that the CLA, of course, is independent of the minister. However, the policies that is enunciated by the government for this particular industry is one that must be cohesive enough and understanding of the real needs of the persons who would have fought for this all these years, the Rastafarians, etc. But also that the Jamaican product is one that is known world over. I mean, just this afternoon, I'm actually visiting this opening of a dispensary here, again, to highlight the importance of this industry to Jamaica. Thank you.
Minister, may I ask you finally, who is the current chairman of the CLA, and how many chairmen have you had over the last 3 years? How many chairmen have you had over the last 3 years? Who is the current chairman?
Member, the current chairman is Christopher McPherson, and over the last 3 years, we have had one chairman and two interim chairmen. Interim.
Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice.
No, you have some questions.
I beg your pardon. I'm sorry.
Madam Speaker, we sit on the question. I beg to give notice that at the end of 21 days, I wish to ask the Minister of Finance the following question.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the expiration of 21 days, I will ask the Minister of Education and Youth the following question.
I think you have another question on the order. Do you?
Yes. Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the expiration of 21 days, I will ask the Minister, the Prime Minister, and Minister of Economic Growth and Job Creation the following question.
Motions that be... member from St. Andrew Northwest. Western. St. Andrew Western. There's a question on the paper for you. St. Andrew Western.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the expiration of 21 days, I will ask the Prime Minister and Minister of Economic Growth and Job Creation the following question, standing in my name.
And now, motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to sittings of the House. Motions for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the House, first obtained.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the first reading of a bill shortly entitled the Electronic Transactions Amendment Act 2023.
Members, the question is that the standing orders be suspended to allow the Minister to take the first reading of the bill. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. Minister.
Madam Speaker, I now move that a bill shortly entitled the Electronic Transactions Amendment Act 2023 be read a first time.
Madam Clerk.
The Electronic Transactions Amendment Act 2023 read a first time.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice of second reading of the bill. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take second reading of the bill and to take it through all its concluding stages.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to introduce and have read a first time a bill shortly entitled the Companies Amendment Act 2023.
Amendment Act 2023 for it to be read a first time. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I now move that the bill shortly entitled the Companies Act 2023 be read a first time.
A bill shortly entitled the Companies Amendment Act 2023 read a first time.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that the second reading of the bill.
No.
Sorry.
There is the financial, the administration.
I further beg to give notice at a later stage today, I'll move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the second reading of the bill and to take it through its concluding stages. Madam Speaker, while we are at presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained, I'd like to now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the first reading of a bill shortly entitled the Financial Administration and Audit Amendment Act 2023.
The question before the House is that the standing orders be suspended to allow the Minister to take the first reading of the bill. Those in favour? Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I now move that a bill shortly entitled the Financial Administration and Audit Amendment Act 2023 be read a first time.
A bill shortly entitled the Financial Administration and Audit Amendment Act 2023 read a first time.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice of a second reading of the bill, and I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today I'll move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take second reading of the bill and to take it through all its concluding stages.
Members, the question is for the standing orders to be suspended to enable the Minister to take the second reading of the bill, notice of which he gave earlier, and also for him to take it through all its concluding stages. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, the matter of public business, I just rise to further indicate to the House that it is an extended public business which will involve a number of bills to be taken this evening. And in my earlier comment, I made a point that we do speak and make hay while the sun shines and, in fact, get through.
House Leader, could you, just for clarity and for us to move smoothly, where are we starting this afternoon? Because there are a number of...
No, firstly we will take the member for the Ethics Committee, and then we will do the electronic, and then we'll move through with the Minister of Finance taking the two measures. Ethics first, then we will do the Electronic Transactions Amendment Act 2023, and then the Minister of Finance will take the other two bills.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
Members, the question before the House is the standing orders be suspended to allow the member to take the motion, notice of which she gave earlier. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I now ask that the motion tabled, taking the report from the Ethics Committee for exemption on behalf of MP for St. Catherine Southeastern, be approved.
Members, the question before the House is that the motion be now approved. Those in favour? Those against? The motion is approved. Thank you, Member.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of standing orders to allow me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
House is that the standing orders be suspended to allow the member to take the motion, notice of which he gave earlier. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the motion that I gave earlier with regards to the committee established for the review of the security interests in personal properties be approved.
Question before the House is that the motion brought by the House Leader be now approved. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is approved.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take second reading of a bill entitled the Electronic Transactions Amendment Act 2023, notice of which I gave earlier, and also for me to take it through all its concluding stages.
The question before the House is that the standing orders be suspended to enable the Minister to take the second reading of the bill, notice of which he gave earlier, and also for him to take it through all its concluding stages. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The proposed amendment, Madam Speaker, to the Electronic Transactions Act is one of the ways that the government is using and proposing to maximize operational efficiencies and improve productivity levels in the island's courts through the introduction of the automatic rollout of advanced operational processes that are commonplace features in any modernized justice system. The proposed adjustment to the identified legislation would provide the required enabling environment to bring Jamaica's court system in line with approaches currently being employed in other jurisdictions that are geared towards reducing bureaucratic impediments that impact the achievement of operational efficiencies. A foundational activity in support of this push, Madam Speaker, to increase efficiency would be the utilization of electronic signatures as a means of authenticating warrants generated electronically in the justice system and in the recognition of electronic documents, records, as records of the court. It must be noted, Madam Speaker, that an electronic record is regarded as any information created, used, and retained in a form that only a computer can process, such as an email, text message, and records that exist on portable media. The court system in Jamaica, Madam Speaker, is currently highly paper-based, and adjustments are required legislatively to facilitate the acceptance of electronic records in the court system. Madam Speaker, the Chief Justice in his 2022 first quarter statistics report noted about the traffic courts that significant reforms in areas such as the warrant management process are required to improve productivity. Indeed, Madam Speaker, 70% of the total annual caseload in the parish court system is comprised of traffic matters. During this quarter, Madam Speaker, 60,096 new cases were filed in the traffic division of the parish courts across the island, of which only 12,191, or just 20%, Madam Speaker, were disposed of in that quarter, with the vast majority of these cases, Madam Speaker, requiring the issuance of a warrant. The sheer volume of the documents required creates an unwieldy and untenable situation in the island's parish courts, as the demand for the timely execution of the process outstrips the available human resource capacity. Madam Speaker, we have a situation, where every week, 3,000 approximately, warrants need to be issued across the parish courts. In Kingston and St. Andrew alone, in excess of 1,500. Just consider the paper-based issuing of a warrant. They have to be written up for each ticket, signed by the judge before it is available for execution. And that is why, Madam Speaker, not many warrants have been issued, because by the time the judge gets off the bench, it's 4 o'clock, and on one occasion they tried, and they went until 10 o'clock. They had over 1,000 warrants, and they did just over 200. So it's just not possible. So, Madam Speaker, the existing process used in the courts to generate warrants is not sufficiently expedient to meet its current needs and requires an appropriate and immediate fix, namely the ability for judges to utilize an electronic signature in the issuance of warrants. Madam Speaker, for the records, between February the 1st this year, 2023, and March the 27th, 2023, 66,428 tickets have been issued for the violations of the Road Traffic Act 2018. Of this number, Madam Speaker, payment was made for 27,617 at the various tax collectorates across the island. 246 were settled in the courts, and 5,511 will likely require the issuance of warrants in the short term. When taken in the context, Madam Speaker, for the fact that the remaining 33,054 matters generated over the last 55 days have still not been brought before the courts, along with the 981,921 unpaid tickets issued up to January the 31st, 2023, the monumental task facing the court, if reliance is placed on warrants issued by handwriting, cannot be discounted. Madam Speaker, let me emphasize, the government, this Parliament, every single law-abiding citizen would like order and discipline on the road. We would be very happy if no tickets are issued. But the truth of the matter, Madam Speaker, you have motorists who speed, motorists who break traffic light, motorists who disobey the rules of the roads. And so, Madam Speaker, with the new Traffic Act since the 1st of February, we are sending the warning now to motorists. Stop overburdening the courts. If you get a ticket and it is justified, pay online or pay at the tax collectorate. If you don't pay and you come to court, or you fail to, and when you come to court, you're burdening the court. But if you don't come to court, what we are doing today, Madam Speaker, is to ensure that in a matter of days or a couple of weeks, a warrant will be issued for you. So, Madam Speaker, it is on the basis that the amendments to this legislation now mentioned previously been proposed to assist in increasing the throughput and, by extension, productivity levels in the islands courts using the available technologies. Madam Speaker, it is not a novel position. In many jurisdictions in the United States, Rwanda and Scotland facilitate the use of electronic signatures that are fixed through a secure process approved by the court and governed by legislation. Madam Speaker, the electronic signature is then represented as a digitized image of the handwritten signature, and the documents signed in this manner usually carry the same force and effect as if the judge had affixed his or her signature to a paper copy of the document. Madam Speaker, this Parliament should recognize that there are many courts that you don't see paper. Chief Justice and myself led a team to Rwanda. You go into the courts, there's not one piece of paper. Everything is electronically. And we intend, Madam Speaker, to start in this fiscal year, or the coming fiscal year, to start a process that the courts will become paperless. It will be digitized, and every attorney, we are going to have an integrated case management system where from the police apprehends someone, gets a statement, that statement moves to the DPP, from the DPP to defense counsel, to the accused, to the courts, and in the courts, Madam Speaker, everything is being done electronically. So the idea is that we will become paperless. And Madam Speaker, when I sat where you were, 2010, I begged for this House to become paperless. Yes. So the amount of paper we are now seeing on the desk, eventually, Madam Speaker, the order of business, questions, we really must move for it to be paperless. A lot of documents at the end of Parliament are just wasted. They're thrown away. And so, Madam Speaker, eventually, not too long, we must get to a paperless system. Our ultimate goal, Madam Speaker, is to maximize efficiency in the processes used by the courts without compromising the integrity and safety that currently exists where warrants are signed by hand. For the use of electronic signatures to be accepted, used, and trusted by the various stakeholders, specific safeguards will be introduced in order to prevent unauthorized use of the electronic versions of the signatures of the judges in the parish courts. The security risk, Madam Speaker, associated with the use of electronic signatures, such as fraud, through the unauthorized use of an electronic signature, would be mitigated through the establishment and maintenance of a stable and controlled environment supported by the requisite safeguards and fit-for-purpose infrastructure, as well as the training of the users interfacing directly with the system. These efforts, Madam Speaker, will increase the levels of trust and acceptance in this process by stakeholders in the justice system. Madam Speaker, it is with all of this in mind that I commit this bill, which seeks to amend the Electronic Transaction Act and consequently amend the Justices of the Peace Jurisdiction Act to the House for approval. So, Madam Speaker, the bill is before us, and I just refer members. The first, clause 1, is merely the enactment and entitlement bill clause, and clause 2, Madam Speaker, the bill proposes an amendment to Section 6 of the Principal Act to make it abundantly clear that no provision of the Act or any other law shall be construed as precluding a court from giving, receiving, or keeping any document, record, or other information in electronic form. This will, however, Madam Speaker, be subject to rules of the court and the provisions of the first schedule of the Act. Clause 3 of the bill proposes an amendment to the first schedule to include circumstances in which the Electronic Transactions Act could apply to court proceedings or procedures. And Clause 4, Madam Speaker, consequentially amends the Justice of the Peace Jurisdiction Act in respect of the terminology used in issuing of warrants, so that the terminology is compatible with the language used in the Electronic Transactions Act. So, Madam Speaker, in the Justice of the Peace Act, it speaks to under my hand. What this bill will now do, Madam Speaker, instead of saying under my hand, it now in writing. Remove it and put in writing. And that is compatible with an electronic record or signature. So, Madam Speaker, with the passage of this bill, and hopefully when it goes to the Senate, we hope in due course that the process of the court will become easier. We have a TTMS system, Madam Speaker, traffic management system, which is already online. I'm aware that all the outstanding traffic tickets have been posted, so anyone who has a traffic ticket and who has failed to pay, it will be online. What will happen soon, Madam Speaker, if they fail to pay and an electronic warrant is issued, that may well be online, so that not only would the motorist know that a warrant is out for his or her arrest, but the police officer who stops a motorist may well be able to see that a warrant is out for that person. And if the police officer has it on his cell phone, he may well be able to serve it and arrest the person and take the person to court, so that that person can either have the fines paid, or the judge can do as he or she sees fit with respect to the motorist who has violated the Road Traffic Act and failed to pay the penalty. So, Madam Speaker, this, colleagues in the House, is meant to bring the traffic courts into the modern age. And I seek your approval and support.
Member from St. Andrews Southern.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, thank you for bringing the Electronic Transactions Amendment Act 2023 here. It's a short bill, and I understand you want to table it and pass it today, and we have no objection to that. I am a bit confused as to why the bill is being brought in your name as Minister of Justice, because the Electronic Transactions Act, I believe, comes under the Ministry of Industry and Commerce, or Commerce. So while I can understand why you would pilot it here, because that minister is not in this House, I'd have thought the bill would have come in that minister's name, because the Principal Act comes under his portfolio assignment. I've never seen it done this way. But I don't propose to make anything more of that, other than to note that it's a bit odd. And I'm not sure why it was done that way. The essence of it seems to be essentially to allow court documents, civil or criminal, to be dealt with electronically in accordance with the Electronic Transactions Act. And that the exclusion which existed in the first schedule to that act before in relation to procedures governed by the civil procedure rules or other rules of court made under any law will no longer apply. So going forward, those rules can now provide how service is to be done and other things, that filing is to be done electronically. And so it kind of opens the door for the court rules now to formulate how electronic management of documents is to take place. And I fully endorse that and hope that we can see, the increased use of digitization in relation to the court system. We have a real problem with court records, which are not yet fully digitized, and the space it takes up to hold those records in parish courts around the island, the Supreme Court itself. Attempts have been made to have those documents scanned and then kept in an electronic database so that they're accessible and so that the physical document no longer has to be held in court. But I don't know, that is a very tedious process. Some of these records are very old, they're in poor condition, and so on. But this is something which is uncontroversial, certainly as regards the civil side of it. As regards the criminal side of it, I'm not sure. You said some things in your opening. Maybe you can explain a little further when you close the debate in relation to how it will work. So, for example, if an electronic warrant is issued because a ticket isn't paid by the prescribed date, how will the motorist be aware that the electronic warrant has been issued? Yeah, how will they know? Is it because presumably when the ticket is issued, it's issued to that individual, they can go on Tax Jamaica online and pay it. There may be, I don't know if there's any other portal, but certainly that one, you can go on and pay it if you have access to electronic payments through a credit or debit card, for example. But if the court subsequently issues an electronic warrant, it's not clear to me how the motorist will become aware of that. I don't know how, whether there's going to be some deeming provision that deems them to be aware of it. You mentioned that if, for example, a police officer stopping the motorist might be able to check on their phone, see that this motorist has an outstanding ticket, see that an electronic warrant has been issued, and then serve it. How would that service be done if it's on the officer's phone? I'm just these mechanical issues. So there are two really. How would the motorist know that a warrant has been issued electronically for their arrest, essentially, to be brought before the court, which is the purpose of the warrant? And how would it be served if it's in electronic form on a device? Those are my two questions there. The other question I have is a drafting question, and it relates to the amendment to the Justice of the Peace Jurisdiction Act to change the words under the hand or hands of the justice or justices issuing the same and substituting for those words, which are archaic, the words in writing. Question I have is, the words in writing are often in various pieces of legislation defined in those pieces of legislation as including in electronic form. I don't know whether the Justice of the Peace Jurisdiction Act has a definition of in writing in it, or if it's in the Interpretation Act. Yeah, so I just wanted to get that clarified as to where that definition is to be found. Because if it wasn't in the Interpretation Act, then I think we ought to somehow signal where that definition is to be found when we put it into the Justice of the Peace Jurisdiction Act, to make sure that it is interpreted as meaning, as including written text in electronic form, which of course is the intention. So, yeah, so those are my questions, Minister, but we support the bill. Thank you.
Minister, first of all, the move to digitalizing
Member
the
from
court
St.
system.
Andrew Western.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister.
Please, going forward, wait to be acknowledged prior to commencing your queries. We will now take questions from the member from St. Andrew Western.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, of course, the move to digitalizing the system is is to be commended and future-proof in that sense. But I have to express a concern about the risks, the attendant risks, associated risks. The risk of cyber attack is exponentially increased the more reliant we become on the digital process. And my only urging to you and to the government in general, as we do that across agencies and institutions, is to ensure that the systems are robust, and to ask if we are going to retain in any form the document, so that in case there is a problem that is not quickly solvable, that the documents are nevertheless available, so that particularly in the court process where timing is consequential, misdate and all of that have serious consequences. What are the backup systems and systems of redundancy that will be in place to safeguard the system?
Madam Speaker.
Hold on, member from St. James. I'm going to check St. James.
West Central.
West Central, St. James. You may go right ahead, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to lend my support to the bill entitled the Act to Amend the Electronic Transaction Act. It is indeed a short bill, and when passed into law will erase any doubt about the authority of the courts to do matters in electronic manner, including the keeping of the record. I note that the member from St. Andrew Southern asked the minister about how a person will know that the warrant has been issued and how it would be served. So a warrant is not normally served, it's executed. So in the same way that the officer would obtain the paper warrant as authority to proceed to apprehend the subject matter of the warrant, the electronic issuance is really the authority to proceed. It's not served on the subject matter, but it is executed. So that's the least of the challenges. Generally, you would only know that you were required to be in court, and you would have missed the court, and depending on what is explained to the court may or may not act upon the authority to proceed to issue a warrant. But where it is issued, it is usually executed on the person. So, well, I think the system will enable an interface between the defendant, the motorist, and the officer to indicate, because they would have to be informed, of course, and there has to be an interface. I don't know the details of how it will be done, but what I do know is that a warrant is not generally served on someone, but it is executed by the authority. Yes. So, Madam Speaker, it is short, but it is another step in completing the process to enable the work of the government to be done with greater ease, utilizing the technology in this digital era. I had expressed the view that, you know, statutes continue to speak long after they are passed, and you have canons of interpretation. And so, under the hand of someone in an electronic age would have to be construed to mean what it would mean without leading to an absurdity in the digital age. But it is important that there is no doubt left as to the power of the courts to act on matters that are digitally presented. And just to say, indeed, within the definition section of the Interpretation Act, writing is defined there. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank
right.
you,
yes.
Minister.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the member from St. Andrew South, St. Andrew Western, and St. James West Central for their input. Madam Speaker, we are getting into a new age that we just have to get used to change. Some time ago, Madam Speaker, I was in St. James speaking with the court staff. And I said it won't be long when we get into a paperless system that you get receipt without paper, or you send a warrant without paper. And they said, no, the people of this country won't accept it. They want to see the paper. And there will be a transitional period, Madam Speaker, because it won't be long before, when you pay at the court, you send a receipt on your WhatsApp or by, yeah. People don't get used to that. And indeed, Madam Speaker, the same with warrants to be issued. Just to say, in the beginning, Leader of the Opposition, the likelihood is that 1,000 warrants will be printed and will be available, sent to the police, and the police may well execute them. But there must come a time when we stop that. Because if it's in electronic form, the police officer should be able to have it on his phone, smartphone or iPad, and say, this is the warrant issued by the court. Because ultimately that's where we want to go. But I can tell you that the consideration now is that in the beginning here, we would, instead of writing up 1,000 and more warrants, we are going to generate, using the printer, the warrants. So they will be available in printed form. So that, but eventually, Leader of the Opposition, there will come a time when we don't need to print them. A police officer can have it on his smartphone and say, a warrant has been issued by the court. So I'm taking you in. And that will happen. Indeed, Madam Speaker, motorists who get a ticket, on the back of it is noted that if you fail to pay now within 30 days, and you fail to come to court 10 days, I think 10 days afterwards, a warrant will be issued for your arrest. So the tickets that are issued nowadays, Madam Speaker, actually has that on it to say that if you fail to pay within 30 days, 10 days after, and the date is put that you must go to court, and if you fail to go to court, a warrant will be issued. So that we are now just ensuring that what is on the ticket is actually done in accordance with the law. So, to answer your question, though, Leader of the Opposition, we hope that all the warrants that are issued, we can put them on the website so that a police officer can pull them down, or, you know, the motorists can know that a warrant exists because you fail to pay and you fail to come to court. So we're hoping that will assist persons to know it's not that we want to arrest you. We don't even want you to come to court. We just want you to behave orderly on the road. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, there seems to be a little change because we have had less traffic accidents and less deaths on the road. But it's a far way to go, very far way to go. And this is a step, Madam Speaker, that I send to motorists. We don't want you to get any ticket. But if you get a ticket, for heaven's sake, pay them online or pay them at the tax office. And the reason why this has come, because it impacts Leader of the Opposition so much on the court system, which is the reason why I've decided to take it. Because if I don't get it done quickly, the courts are now working night court Saturday and Saturdays to deal with motorists who have violated the Road Traffic Act. And that is why it was so urgent, Leader of the Opposition, I decided to ask MSET to allow me to proceed with it. It has taken much longer because we had to, you know, sort of collaborate as to what is needed, and the Chief Justice has indicated that it could have been much broader. But in discussion, and I want to thank the Office of the Parliamentary Counsel, especially the Chief Parliamentary Counsel, who worked in a lot of collaboration to see all that is needed was a simple amendment to the Electronic Transaction Act to allow the court to be able, using its rules and regulations, to be able to allow electronic recording, etc. So I want to thank the CPC, and just to respond to you, member, that this is a very important step in modernizing the court system. And so, member from Western St. Andrew, we are aware of the dangers. And that is why eventually when we get this integrated system, where it becomes paperless, and as the member from St. Andrew South recognized, the courts, if you had to put all the paper in all the courts, you would need 10 rooms like this to collect all the records of the court. The hope is that we will digitize all of those records. Those over 20 years, I must tell you, after 20 years, they can be destroyed, or you want to keep those which are of some importance. But for every 20 years, for the last 20 years, we want to digitize all the records within the courts and just put all the records aside, but it's a monumental task, as you will appreciate. And member from Western St. Andrew, we hope to have not only the central database management, but the courts, central court system, and maybe also one in each parish court, so that if a record is destroyed in, say, the parish court, we have it central or in the central management system. And I want to thank the member from St. James West Central who has indicated this point that in writing is really from the Interpretation Act to allow electronic signature and recording. So, Madam Speaker, thank you, and just to say that this is very important because it is now going to be a major change in the traffic courts, and we hope that motorists will comply and ensure that we have the ultimate aim is to have discipline and order on the roads. So, Madam Speaker, I now ask for second reading.
The question is that the bill be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Electronic Transactions Act and to provide for connected matters, read a second time.
Thank you. The House will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause.
Madam Speaker, before I put the clauses, I just would like to note that in clause 3, those small print where you say whole act and sections 7.1 should have been in the margins.
I'm about to ask you because
yes,
the provision is amending the schedule and inserting a new 4 to replace the 4 that's there, which is dealing with the procedure and the civil procedure rules.
Right.
And there are 2 columns in the schedule. One should say whole act. And then 5, you've added the new text for 5,
right,
but it doesn't say whole act.
No.
So
it should have been in the margin. Those small prints should have been in the margin.
It should have been part of the provision.
No, they should have been in the right side of the margin, the right side.
Well,
so what, we're replacing item 4 in the Justice of the Peace Act?
No, I'm talking about in clause 3, you're amending the Electronic Transactions Act.
Right.
The schedule, the first schedule. The first schedule has 2 columns. Well, I'm just looking at the left-hand pages at the very back.
No.
I'm going off of that.
Right.
It has 2 columns. And in the case of item 4, you're not changing the right-hand column. You're changing the text in the left-hand column to say court proceedings or procedures except A and B. That's fine because the right-hand column remains the same. But you're adding a new 5 in the left-hand column, but it doesn't say what is to be in the right-hand column.
And that is where the small print to the left should have been in the right-hand column.
Right. I don't know how you fix that.
No, it was a typographical error. Sorry, it was a printing error.
Because the way it's written in the bill, it looks like a marginal note.
No.
Which is obviously not correct.
Bear in mind, though, if you remember, we're removing clause 4 in the first schedule, and we put in place of clause 4 and 5. So 4 relates to the whole act, and then 5, I think the CPC had pointed it out to me. CPC?
Items 1, 2, 3, and 4 all have whole act written beside them in the right-hand column, according to this page of the bill, the left-hand pages, which is supposed to represent what is in the act currently.
That is correct. And the whole act should refer to to both 4 and 5.
Yes, but it doesn't
and
obviously
it's
do
because
so.
It's because of the...
It's how it's been laid out.
That is correct. So I think the CPC did point out to me before I came in.
But how do you fix it?
Well, we're going to fix it by the whole act should refer to both 4 and 5. No, sorry.
I think they need to advise you how to fix it.
Give me a second. I think she has sent...
Minister, in your discussions, you would have to complete indicating whether or not you will make an amendment and the nature of the amendment if you are so going to do.
Yeah. So, Madam Speaker, I think the Leader of Opposition has pointed out, very important, the small print is the right column of the first schedule. The reference to section 717C refer to items. So basically, the small print is the right column of the first schedule. So we are going to move.
Is that an explanation or is that an amendment?
No explanation.
So how are we going to deal with it in committee?
Member from, let me just.
So are they suggesting that this be...
No, it will be tidied up by the time it gets to the Senate on Friday.
Oh, all right.
Okay. Very well, thanks. So, Madam Speaker, I now put clause 1. It's not an amendment. A typographical, a printing error.
We're going to pass it as is, and they'll fix it in the Senate.
That's correct.
Yeah.
I don't think it's typographical. It's not. No, it's a slip rule, so it does have to come back. It's going to be fixed. That's what we're doing, fixing it here. Those small prints. The small prints. That's the whole act and section. Those. Admittedly, and as the CPC say, please, it is a printing error. So it's been treated as a printing error here. And so it does have to come back when it's dealt with at the Senate. Okay? So you see those tiny whole act, and it just should have been on the right-hand side. That's correct. Mm-hmm. Okay. We put clause 1, Madam Speaker. Yes. Okay. Proceed.
Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Put clause 2?
Clause 2.
I put clause 2. You are to put clause in, Minister.
No, you are to put it, Madam Speaker. Clause 2. I put clause 2, Madam Speaker.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
I put clause 3 with, I put
Printing
a correction to clause 3.
Mm-hmm. Printing correction.
With the...
Madam Speaker, procedurally, it's not the minister who puts the clauses. You need to put them.
That's right.
Yes. Yeah? He says what he wants to say on it, and then if it's not being changed, you put it.
All right. So, I put clauses 1, 2, and clause 4. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. As it relates
to clause 3, we
the indication from the minister was there is a printing correction.
That's correct.
Or slip error. Clause 3 will be placed without amendment and will be reprinted for issue to the Senate.
Correct.
It will not come back to the House. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. So clause 3 also passes without amendment. Minister, I now put title and enacting clause. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendments. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I now ask for third reading. Go ahead. Third reading. Ask for third reading.
Before we ask for third reading, we're back in the House. I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendments. The Minister has asked that the bill be read a third time. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Electronic Transactions Act and to Provide for Connected Matters, read a third time and passed.
Madam Speaker.
Minister, where are we? Which act are we?
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take second reading of a bill entitled the Financial Administration and Audit Amendment Act 2023, notice of which I gave earlier, and also for me to take it through all its concluding stages.
Members before the House, the question is for the standing orders to be suspended to enable the Minister to take the second reading of the bill, notice of which he gave earlier, and to take it through all its concluding stages. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. Those against? Those in favour? The ayes have it. Minister?
Madam Speaker, I stand here to commence the debate on the bill entitled the Financial Administration and Audit Amendment Act 2023. The bill seeks to amend the Financial Administration and Audit Act, the FAA Act, the Principal Act, by repealing Section 48, capital C, subsection 1, subsection small c. This section of the FAA Act, Madam Speaker, forms part of the Fiscal Responsibility Framework, which was first enacted via amendments to the FAA Act in 2010 and amended several times since, with the objective of creating binding fiscal rules aimed at enhancing fiscal discipline and ensuring improvements in public financial management. Madam Speaker, I emphasize that these rules were enacted in 2010, 10 years ago, and we had particular economic and fiscal conditions at that time. Madam Speaker, no, first enacted in 2010. They were amended. No, the wage to GDP, the debt rule, and the expenditure rule are all in 2010. Yeah, they just had different numbers and different target dates. So if you look back at it today, you'll see what we learned from our experience is that we were trying to move too quickly. And so when it came around to the 2013 and 2014 amendments, we gave ourselves a lot more time. Suffice to say, Madam Speaker, that the fiscal rules in Jamaica have three main components. One is the debt rule to get to a total debt to GDP ratio by a particular time. The other one being a fiscal balance rule, which is the balance that you need to achieve each year in order to achieve that debt objective. And an expenditure rule, which limits the ratio of wages paid by the government as a proportion of gross domestic product to 9%. Now, Madam Speaker, when we first began our reforms 13 years ago in 2010 and continued them in 2013, it was absolutely necessary to ensure that the growth in wages was constrained. Now, that requirement still exists. However, we have shown an ability to meet our fiscal targets. As I put up in a presentation only a few weeks ago, we have done so for, I believe, as a country, we have done so for, I believe, 8 consecutive years. Now, the expenditure rule of wages to GDP, we came very close to meeting prior to the pandemic, where we got to 9.1% of GDP. As has been explained recently, the way in which we measured wages did not take into account certain category of allowances that were included under programs. And some of those allowances amounted to as much as 1% of GDP. Some of them were not even taxable allowances, and so on a pre-tax basis, they would be slightly higher, 1.3% of GDP or thereabouts. Therefore, under the reform to public sector compensation, where we have streamlined compensation, we've gotten rid of a number of allowances, a number of them have been absorbed into salary. The wages and salary line is not a like-for-like comparison with what existed before. So a target of 9% would not make sense under a restructured environment. The question then becomes, okay, what is a target that makes sense? And rather than arbitrarily pick something, a better process would be to have a period of consultation prior to arriving at what should replace it. However, to have a situation where we have a rule that we are not meeting for whatever reason, and the reason I'm sharing with you, the primary reason is that the construction of compensation has changed considerably, and we have reallocated in the budget from programs to wages. So to have a rule that is not being met undermines the entire framework of our fiscal rules. And for transparency's sake, we're better off taking it out than having it and not meeting it for the reasons I mentioned. Now, there's an other side to this as well that recommends this approach. In sort of there's a fiscal trilemma, if I should use that expression, of trying to achieve sustainability, stabilization, and simplicity. And there's an argument that says that if you can achieve your fiscal target, not argument, it's a fact, if you can achieve your fiscal target consistently, you will achieve your debt objective. Okay? You have a debt objective of, in our case, 60%, and you have to calculate the fiscal target each year. if you achieve that fiscal target each year, you will achieve your debt objective. Your expenditure target, or the expenditure target here, is about an allocation of expenditure within the fiscal envelope, or within the envelope of the fiscal target, i.e., it is a subsidiary target to the fiscal target. And we have demonstrated now for 8 years in a row well, it's actually it's 3 years under the prior administration and 6 years under this administration, not counting this one, which is not yet completed. So that's 9 years in a row. And we have shown ability to meet our fiscal target. Therefore, having the additional requirement, the downside of it is that it limits flexibility. However, that is the other side of that argument, is that if we don't have a means by which we can objectively decide on the level of wages that are appropriate for our economy and for the size of our economy at this stage, then we can compromise our own growth and development. Because we could pay our debt down if wages squeeze out growth-inducing capital expenditure or squeeze out support for social expenditure, then the development that we seek would not materialize. So, Madam Speaker, I was given a history of this particular expenditure target to say that it was first introduced to hit 9% of GDP by March 31st, 2016. And then that was extended to another year. And there was another amendment passed, and it was extended to 2019. So there were 3 particular dates by which we should have achieved it. And Jamaica did not achieve it. And I've also added that even if we did, it would be a false sense of security because a big chunk of compensation was included under programs. So, Madam Speaker, we are tabling this 2-clause amendment to the FAA Act out of the desire and the need and the intention to be responsible and to be transparent, that the rules that we have on the books and the rules that we have in our laws are serious and should be observed. With a change in the compensation structure such that expenditure under programs is now under wages, it means that this particular rule with this particular number is no longer a reliable or applicable rule, and we must do away with it. We reserve, Madam Speaker, on coming back with another number and another date that we can agree and form a consensus with stakeholders on what ought to be achieved. But, Madam Speaker, that's within the context of realizing that the fiscal target is the primary one. So, Madam Speaker, I now do a clause-by-clause presentation of the 2 main provisions of the bill. Clause 1 states the short title and commencement, Madam Speaker, and addresses preliminary issues such as the name of the bill and provides that it should be read and construed as one with the Financial Administration and Audit Act, the principal act. Clause 2 states simply that Section 48, capital C, subsection 1, subsection common c is repealed. The Memorandum of Objects and Reasons sets out the reasons for the repeal of Section 48, subsection 1, subsection c. The government, Madam Speaker, does not intend with the passage of this bill to return to the days of elevated spending. That would be completely self-defeating. And even as we repeal this bill, I emphasize the importance that we attach to meeting our fiscal targets, Jamaica having met those fiscal targets for 9 years in a row. And meeting those fiscal targets is sufficient for us to arrive at our debt objective. Madam Speaker, I now invite members of this Honourable House to support the passage of this bill.
Madam Speaker, the reasons outlined by the Minister of Finance are reasons which we accept. The one question I would have is about the time frame to come back to the House with a figure. I understand the classification of wages and salaries because there are a number of allowances which were not classified before, which are now included. So the current number would not be relevant. The question is, are we coming back next year, as in not fiscal year starting April 1st, but the new financial year 24-25 with a figure? I would like to have a time frame as to when the minister intends to come back. Or is it that the government doesn't intend to come back to a wage to GDP target at all? I do accept the explanation about meeting the other fiscal targets of necessity would mean you have to have a particular wage to GDP. But I would like to know clearly whether the intention is to come back within a time frame or the intention is not to have this target at all.
Madam Speaker. Thank you. Madam Speaker, we're doing something fundamental today in the context of what Jamaica has been striving to achieve since 2013. Because the fiscal targets that were introduced into law in the 2014 amendment to the Financial Administration and Audit Act, one of them had been in the 2010 Act, which is the wage to GDP ratio. And the target in the 2010 Act was to achieve a 9% ratio by the end of March 2016. The other two in the 2010 Act were abandoned effectively by the then government when the IMF program hit the rocks. And those two were to achieve a fiscal balance of nil by the end of March 31, 2016. And secondly, to reduce the total debt to 100% or less of GDP by March 2016. Both of those targets were effectively abandoned by the program, along with the entirety of the program under the Bruce Golding administration. And when the Portia Simpson-Miller administration assumed office, had to be renegotiated with the IMF. And the targets which now exist were put into the law in 2014. And those targets are the ones that both administrations have steadfastly sought to achieve in accordance with the law, with some amendments. I remember actually in the Senate, and it's kind of ironic really, as we seek to amend and eliminate one of the fiscal targets, the wage to GDP ratio. I remember the Minister of Finance, when he was then in the Senate, he was not in government at the time, he was in opposition, saying that the fiscal responsibility framework should be embedded in the Constitution, precisely so it could never be amended, other than through some constitutional Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The rationale that has been given for this is essentially that it's really redundant, unnecessary, because the primary fiscal target of reducing debt by running the necessary primary surpluses over the period until the target is reached and the fiscal balances, the primary balances that are required to do that, is sufficient to ensure fiscal prudence. And I accept that argument. I was always really of the view that the attempt to establish a metric by which the public sector wage bill must be contained as a size of the economy was a kind of secondary to the primary objective of a sustainable debt level, and indeed was a somewhat arbitrary metric in and of itself, which we've never really achieved anyway. We've come close to it, but I don't think we've actually achieved it, or if we have achieved it, out of the period of 9 years, it hasn't been achieved very often, if at all. And indeed, the public sector restructuring exercise which the government has been executing, which was agreed under the Simpson-Miller administration of 2015 with the unions and implemented recently by this government, has essentially blown a big hole in that metric, because it has brought onto the books as public sector wages items that were previously accounted for differently in programs, and of course has seen a massive increase in the overall fiscal cost of the public sector wage bill, admittedly at a much higher tax level on public sector wages, because all of their wages are now going to be taxable. So, and there have been adjustments as well. So the whole thing has changed quite fundamentally as a result of that reform. And the wage to GDP ratio currently is closer to, well, it's between 11 and 12%. I can't remember the specific percentage in the fiscal policy paper, but between 11 and 12%. And it's projected to continue to be elevated above 9 for some time. Whether it ever gets to 9, I don't know. I suppose if our economy really grows quickly and rapidly, we may get to 9 or even lower, even if we adjust public sector salaries to maintain the purchasing power of those salaries. So I am not against, in principle, what is being done here. And as I've said, I've always regarded this particular metric as a somewhat arbitrary metric. I think it was imposed when it was because there was a feeling that with the limited fiscal space that Jamaica had, too much of it was being absorbed by the cost of maintaining the public sector. And it was operating as a constraint on investment and growth in the economy. And so there needed to be some metric that guided that downwards. But so successful has Jamaica been since 2013 to the present day in reducing our public debt without adhering to that ratio, I think it has shown that that ratio is really somewhat a surplus requirement, which in and of itself doesn't really ensure a more efficient economy, an economy that can support, or a bureaucracy that can support investment and growth and so on. So I am okay with this. I note that the minister says that he may be reintroducing a metric with a different percentage, presumably, at some point in the future. The opposition spokesman on finance has asked him to indicate when he intends to do that. And I, too, would like to know what is the time frame for that to happen. But if that is considered necessary, the reintroduction of some metric to replace the 9%, we would like to hear how it's arrived at, what thoughts have gone into it, and why it's necessary to do so. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We support the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to both members for their contributions. As was mentioned when I spoke originally and in the responses, the wage to GDP rule first came into being in 2010 to be met by 2016. And the target for the debt target also came into place in 2010, and that target at the time was to get to 100% by 2016. And there was a third rule, I believe, as well on the fiscal balance. Needless to say, Madam Speaker, as we know, what we learned from that exercise is that when you go back and you look at the 2010 program, basically everything that we've done since that time was in the 2010 program. But what happened was that we're trying to do things way too quickly. And what we as a society learned was to stretch those reforms out over a longer period of time. So many of the reforms in the EFF and the reforms in the PBS-MA that followed, and even reforms that came after the two IMF programs ended, were envisaged in that original 2010 program. Now, the wage to GDP ratio has served a very important purpose. That's not me. That is a big part of Jamaica's fiscal rehabilitation. Came on the back of holding, wages. We had a wage freeze for, 3 years, 0%, 0%, 0%. We had 4%, 4%, 5%, 2%, 4%, 5%, 4%, which are all guided by the 9% target. Without that target, we wouldn't have those wage agreements. Without those wage agreements, we wouldn't have had the success as a country that we've had over the 13 years since 2010 or the 10 years since 2013. So it served a critical, important purpose. Now, going forward, having the wage to GDP ratio over the medium term achieve a lower balance than what we have today. Today, we are likely to be 11.5, 11.6, 11.7% or thereabouts. And that, over the next 10 years of Jamaica's development or 20 years of Jamaica's development, is not sustainable. As pension costs rise and as the need to invest in social, physical infrastructure, if we don't have the space to do those, we will not achieve our social and development objectives. So having a wage to GDP ratio converge over the medium term at a number that is lower than we have today is critically important. One of the reasons for moving this today is simply the respect that we have for our fiscal rules, that we don't want to have a rule in place that says 9% and we are at 11.6%. That would just undermine everything that we're trying to do. So the fidelity to those rules demand that if we're not, and honesty and transparency, if we're not going to meet what is there, because it no longer applies, the definitions have changed, the definition of wages has changed, then take it out. But particularly because it has been a tricky rule to achieve, over the past 10 years, we have never met it. I don't want to simply put another date or simply put another number. Whatever we replace it with must be credible and must go through the processes that make it credible. That's how we enhance our rules and make our country stronger. With respect to the changes that the leader of the opposition mentioned, yeah, absolutely. I spoke to in 2014, in 2013, I probably would have written an op-ed in the newspaper about the need to entrench our fiscal rules, and in 2014, I have spoken about it in a debate in the Senate. And the principle of that I still abide by, basically having our fiscal rules such that both sides have to agree on it to change it. And that's what we're achieving. We're not achieving a unilateral change in these rules, because I believe that these rules are so important to the development socially and economically that we all aspire to. With respect to the time to come back, I won't be able to, I don't want to give you a precise time. That's not something I've given prior thought to. But the process would be, a simple one of engaging our stakeholders in the union, engaging stakeholders in opposition, engaging the business community, and in a credible way, having a number and a date that we can sign up to and agree on. And as soon as we have that, we would come back and amend the rule. It requires a lot of responsibility on all our parts, Madam Speaker, as we go forward to ensure that we can, the country can enjoy the promise of stability. And that can only be achieved if wages do not crowd out growth-inducing social expenditure and capital expenditure. Madam Speaker, I think I've responded to the queries, comments. I ask that the bill be read a second time.
For the House is that the bill be read a second time. Those in favor?
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Financial Administration and Audit Act and to provide for connected matters, read a second time.
The House will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause. Members, I put clause 1. Those in favor?
Madam Speaker, just a little amendment in the margin note of clause 1, just asking that the word commencement be deleted. The word and commencement be deleted and substituted with the word construction. And construction. And construction. Should read short title and construction, not short title and commencement and construction. Thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair and member. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Clause 2. Those in favor? I now put the title and the enacting clause. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Members, the question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage with one amendment to clause 1 so that it would read short title and construction. Those in favor? Those against? Members, I do report the bill as having passed committee stage with one amendment. Minister?
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the second reading of the bill I gave notice of earlier, the Companies Amendment Act. No, I'm sorry. Where am I? No. Right. Of the bill, notice of which I gave earlier, and also for me to take it through to its concluding stages. Second reading. Second reading.
Member, please be guided. The bill was read a second time, and we went into committee stage. And now that the committee has finished its deliberations and the bill has been passed with one amendment, it is now time for, I have reported to the House that the bill was deliberated and we concluded there was one amendment. We're back in the House, I've reported that, and it's now time for the bill to be read a third time and passed.
Madam Speaker, I ask that the bill be read a third time.
Members, the question before the House is that the bill be read a third time.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Financial Administration and Audit Act and to provide for connected matters, read a third time and passed.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take second reading of the bill, the Companies Amendment Act 2023, notice of which I gave earlier, and also for me to take it through all its concluding stages.
The question before the House is that there's a suspension of the standing orders to allow the Minister for the suspension of the standing orders to enable the Minister to have the second reading of the bill and to take it through all its concluding stages. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to debate the Companies Amendment Act 2023. And Madam Speaker, there are some additional amendments to the bill as tabled, which are noted on the list of amendment sheet, which has been circulated. Now, Madam Speaker, before beginning the debate on this bill, let me acknowledge and concede that it is certainly suboptimal to be tabling a bill of this nature and of this complexity on the same day that we will be moving for its passage. That is a point that is beyond debate. Madam Speaker, this bill, which is a bill from the Industry and Commerce Ministry, which I'm taking in the House because the Minister isn't here, is absolutely necessary for us to pass prior to March 31st in order to deliver on our international commitments in the reform of our anti-money laundering framework. And as such, Madam Speaker, though it is suboptimal and undesirable to table the bill and to pass it today, I ask for the cooperation of this House, Madam Speaker, given the gravity, the negative gravity that would greet us if we failed, and by greet us, I mean greet Jamaica, if we failed to have this bill passed through both houses of Parliament prior to the 31st day of March. Madam Speaker, in 2015, Jamaica's anti-money laundering and combating the financing of terrorism framework was assessed by the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force, a regional body of 24 states in the Caribbean Basin, Central and South America. Those states have agreed to implement common measures to counter money laundering, terrorism financing, and proliferation financing, in keeping with their ratifications of the United Nations Convention on measures to combat money laundering and terrorism financing. The 2015 assessment focused on both technical compliance and effectiveness. That is, the extent to which Jamaica uses its AML-CFT framework to mitigate the risks and threats of money laundering and terrorism financing. The resulting mutual evaluation report of 2017 revealed that there were several deficiencies in the country's operational, regulatory, and legal framework in relation to both effectiveness and technical compliance. Madam Speaker, Jamaica was thereafter placed on enhanced follow-up, which required that the country report to CFATF on its progress to rectify the identified deficiencies. Jamaica was also subsequently referred to the heightened monitoring program of the international standard setter, the Financial Action Task Force. And they have a committee called the International Cooperation Review Group. This referral to and subsequent follow-up by the ICRG required the government of Jamaica to settle an action plan with the FATF with specified timelines to complete each required action. Jamaica also placed in the FATF's list of jurisdictions subject to heightened monitoring by the FATF, also known as the Grey List. Jamaica has also been required to report on its progress in addressing these action items at every plenary held by the FATF, which meetings are held 3 times a year. The country's current rating in relation to Recommendation 24, which is transparency and beneficial ownership of legal persons, is partially compliant. Jamaica was also rated as having a low level of effectiveness in relation to its framework on legal persons and arrangements, primarily due to the following deficiencies. So, Madam Speaker, in combating money laundering, one of the key areas of focus is to ensure that legal constructions, legal persons, company can be a legal person, or arrangement, trusts, and other legal structures cannot be used to launder ill-gotten proceeds. And that a mechanism be in place in Jamaica whereby competent authorities have access to the beneficial ownership information of legal persons, in this case, the Companies Act. So the deficiencies identified were that not all legal persons required to maintain, not all legal persons are required to maintain current and accurate information on directors, shareholders, and beneficial owners. There was no active monitoring conducted by competent authorities to ensure that basic beneficial ownership information is current for all legal persons and arrangements, and therefore competent authorities cannot be certain that information obtained is accurate or up to date. There were no appropriate provisions to ensure that effective, proportionate, and decisive sanctions are applied against companies that do not comply with filing and record-keeping requirements. Madam Speaker, among the outstanding items in Jamaica's action plan with FATF is the matter of strengthening the beneficial ownership framework. So just backing up a bit, Jamaica would have responded to CFATF and prepared amendments to the Companies Act, started under the previous administration. We followed through with it. Those amendments came forward in 2017, and it required companies to file beneficial ownership information, but then beneficial ownership was set at, I believe, 50% plus 1. Under the review that occurred later, the international view from the anti-money laundering community, CFATF, FATF, was that that did not go far enough. First of all, it had to be low, it has to be lower than 50%, and therefore this bill is going to set it at 25%, which is consistent with international standards. But more importantly, in the 2017 amendment and in what we were putting together, from the last administration coming in, did not have dissuasive penalties, meaning if a company did not comply with these requirements, there's nothing that the Companies Office could really do to force that to happen. So the commitment that we gave to FATF was that we would not only lower the requirement from 50 to 25, but we would ensure there were serious and dissuasive penalties for non-compliance. And that is the way we can be assured that beneficial ownership information will be available across the board. So, speaking specifically, they want, our commitment was to amend the Companies Act to ensure that the definition of beneficial ownership is in line with FATF standards, and to introduce a requirement that the beneficial ownership information must be accurate. So what we had before was not consistent with FATF standards. So not just a percentage, but how you define it. So there's no way to get around it, right? Beneficial ownership, we want to know the ultimate beneficial owner. There could be a chain of 100 companies going up. We want to know which individual human being is the beneficial owner. And then obviously other mechanisms about control and who's able to exercise control, even if they're not at the level of 25%. We are also, Madam Speaker, committed to introduce legislation, effective, proportionate, and dissuasive sanctions for legal entities and legal arrangements who breach their beneficial ownership obligations, and demonstrate that these sanctions are applied where appropriate, and to grant the Registrar of Companies legal powers to ensure compliance, to monitor and verify, including through investigations or inspections, that basic and beneficial ownership information held by the Companies Office is accurate and updated on a timely basis. Authorities should also consequently demonstrate the effective use of the beneficial ownership information framework, and that the information is timely, available to competent authorities. Madam Speaker, Jamaica's earlier mentioned action plan agreed with the FATF expired in January 2022 without all 13 actions being complete. Currently, 9 actions have been met or largely met, with 4 actions remain as partially addressed. With each subsequent report to the FATF, where Jamaica, though demonstrating some movement in relation to completion of its items, to the extent it was unable to demonstrate sufficient progress, FATF has strengthened the language in its public statement on Jamaica, which is the grey list, and urged Jamaica to complete its action plan. Notwithstanding the progress Jamaica has made in seeking to strengthen its AML-CFT framework, we achieved re-ratings in 16 recommendations, and we're now compliant or largely compliant in 33 of 40 recommendations. Not completing the action plan agreed with FATF within the agreed timeline of January 2022 has placed Jamaica in imminent danger of being blacklisted by FATF. Being blacklisted requires countries, and just to spell everything out and be totally and abundantly transparent, why we gathered here at 5:30 in the evening to pass a bill that's 60 pages long that has been tabled today. Being blacklisted, Madam Speaker, requires countries that are members of FATF, and that's a global network of 200 countries, to apply enhanced due diligence, and where applicable, to apply countermeasures in response to the country that is blacklisted, to protect the international financial system from the ongoing money laundering, terrorist financing, and proliferation financing risks emanating from the country. Madam Speaker, passage of the amendments proposed to the Companies Act will address not one of the outstanding items, it will address 3 of the 4 outstanding items agreed with FATF, meaning this one bill. There are 3 commitments that this one bill will address. commitments on dissuasive penalties, commitments on the definition of beneficial ownership, and another one that I will tell you in a second. So with this, Madam Speaker, we basically bring our action plan to within striking distance of being achieved. And it gives Jamaica a fighting chance of emerging from the grey list, even though FATF is concerned not only with the passage of the bill, but with the operationalization of its contents. So there's a deadline for the passage, which is March 31st, but we also have another deadline for the operationalizing, we need to get it operationalized. So the bill seeks to amend the Companies Act to ensure that its provisions, 1, conform with the Financial Action Task Force standards relating to beneficial ownership of companies, 2, empower the Registrar of Companies with regulatory oversight to verify beneficial ownership information for companies, 3, to provide for mutual exchange of information between the Registrar and competent authorities and law enforcement authorities, including foreign authorities, and 4, to provide effective and proportionate sanctions to deter non-compliance by companies in relation to their obligations to declare beneficial owners. Madam Speaker, let me now take you through the clauses of the bill. Clause 1, short title and construction. This clause provides for the short title of the Act and directs that the Act should be read in conjunction with the Companies Act and all amendments thereto. Clause 2, Madam Speaker, amendment to Section 2 of the Principal Act. This clause inserts the meaning to be assigned to certain new key terms used throughout the bill and revises the meaning of certain existing terms. These terms include the following: beneficial ownership return, which is a new definition; beneficial owner, which has been revised for consistency with the international standard. So, for example, the definition clearly refers to ownership established via holding voting shares of 25% and more, or the ability to control the company, and reflects that ownership can be established through a chain of ownership or by indirect control. Chain of ownership is also new. This term is used to explain how ultimate beneficial ownership is determined. Other new terms are competent authority, designated authority, public entity. The clause further deletes subsections 7, 8, and 9, since the references in these subsections to persons are no longer applicable. Clause 3, amendment to Section 3 of the Principal Act. This section provides for the requirements for forming an incorporated company. The section is being amended at subsection 1A by inserting a new paragraph 3 to provide that a return of beneficial ownership document containing accurate, adequate, and up-to-date information on each member and beneficial owner of the company must also be filed with the Registrar of Companies. Clause 4, insertion of new sections 23A in the Principal Act. This section is being inserted to provide that no company incorporated under the Act shall have nominee shareholders, since this creates an increase in the vulnerability to the transparency of the framework. Note that the circumstance of a company having nominee shareholders is recognized in the Proceeds of Crime legislation as a high-risk situation. Clause 5, amendment to Section 52 of the Principal Act. This section provides for returns as to allotments. The section is being amended to include a requirement for all returns of allotment to be delivered to the registrar along with an accurate, adequate, and up-to-date beneficial ownership return. Further, the section is also being amended to require companies incorporated outside of Jamaica and carrying out business in Jamaica, Part X companies, to deliver all returns of allotment accompanied by the certificate of incorporation or similar document evidencing incorporation, establishment, or formation of the company, which is to be certified in accordance with the Act. This will facilitate greater transparency. Clause 6, amendment to Section 83 of the Principal Act. And Section 83 deals with penalty for This section, Madam Speaker, is being amended by deleting the words "or of any share warrant or coupon," since the concept of share warrants have been abolished. Further, the terms "shall be guilty of a felony" and the terms "with or without hard labor for" will replace with the words "commits an offense" and "for a term not exceeding," respectively, as the use of the words are outdated. Clause 7, amendment to Section 109 of the Principal Act. Section 9, this section requires companies to keep a register of members. The section has been amended to require that the register of members contain information on both members and beneficial owners. The section further specifies the information to be included in the register and mandates the company to notify the registrar of any changes in the information and location of the register within 14 days of any such change. This obligation to notify the registrar of changes in the membership of a company will not apply to public companies and companies limited by guarantee, since this is not practical. Further, where an allotment is made of shares or shares are transferred in the amount of 25% or more, the names of the allottee or transferee of the shares shall not be entered in the register unless the listed particulars, including beneficial ownership information, are furnished to the company. The section also creates offences for breaches of the provisions of this section. Clause 8, amendment to Section 110 of the Principal Act. The section requires that companies with more than 50 members keep an index of the members of the company. This section is being amended by requiring the company to also keep an index of the names of beneficial owners. Clause 9, amendment to Section 112 of the Principal Act. This section has been amended by increasing the fine for the offence for the refusal by a company of inspection of the register by members of the company or any other person from $50,000 to $1 million. Clause 10, amendment to Section 113 of the Principal Act. This section has been deleted and replaced with a new Section 113. The new section provides that if the register of members is kept by an agent of the company and by default of the agent, the company fails to comply with requirements under Section 109, subsection 3, 110, subsection 3, 112, subsection 1, or Section 113A, subsection 1, subsection 2, or subsection 3, the agent will be liable to the same penalties as if he were a member of the company. Note that while the register of members will now contain information on the beneficial ownership of a company, it is only the membership information to which the inspection entitlement of members and other persons apply. Inspection of the beneficial ownership information in a company's register of members will be addressed in new sections. Accordingly, these sections relate to requirements concerning access to the beneficial ownership information contained in a company register of members. Clause 11, Madam Speaker, insertion of new sections 113A, 113B, 113C, 113D, 113E, 113F in the Principal Act. The Act is amended by inserting the following new sections. Section 113A, inspection of the register of members by a registrar. This section allows the registrar or a person authorized by the registrar to inspect the register of members, request a copy of same or any extract therefrom upon serving the relevant notice specified in Section 113B to the company. It also creates an offence for the refusal of the company to allow the inspection of the register or to produce a copy or excerpt therefrom to the said persons. Additionally, the registrar may also apply to the court for an order for the immediate inspection of the register and to direct that the copies of documents requested be sent to the persons requesting them. Section 113B, notice of inspection of the register of members. This section provides that where the registrar intends to inspect a company's register of members, a minimum of 7 days' notice in writing to the company prior to conducting inspection is required. Section 113C, entry to company premises, production of documents, etc. This section provides for the duty of all officers, employees, and agents, or former officers, employees, or agents of a company, as well as the auditor or the former auditor of a company, to A, produce documents relating to the beneficial ownership of the company within 7 days, and B, permit access to the registrar for the inspection or examination of the documents at the registered office of the company or where the register of members is kept. The section further creates an offense for any person who A, willfully obstructs, hinders, or impedes the registrar, an officer, or person authorized by the registrar in the execution of duties, or B, refuses to produce any document which it has a duty to produce. Section 113D, certification of inspection. This section provides the requirement of the registrar to issue a certificate of inspection after the inspection of the company, certifying that the company was inspected. The registrar is also required to notify the company of any information that was found to be inaccurate, inadequate, and not up to date, and to stipulate that the company must rectify same within 30 days after the notice. The registrar must also inform the company of the consequences under this Act for failure to rectify the said information. Section 113E, rectification of the register of members. This section creates an offense for failure of a company to rectify inaccurate, inadequate, or outdated information in the register of members upon receipt of the notice provided for in Section 113D. Section 113F, registrar may request information. This section provides for the power of the registrar to request information from the company, any public entity, or any foreign state which carries out functions comparable to a public entity in that state or country in order to determine whether information in the company's register of members is accurate, up-to-date, and adequate. Clause 12, repeal and replacement of Section 116 of the Principal Act. Section 116, notice of trust. This section is being amended by deleting the current Section 116 and replacing same with a new section to provide that where a company has any notice of any express, resulting, implied, or constructive trust, the company must enter particulars of the beneficial owner as specified in the Register of Members. In Clause 13, insertion of new Section 117A in the Principal Act. Section 117A, registrar may strike off company for default in keeping the Register of Members. This section provides for the power of the registrar to strike off a company which has been convicted for failure to rectify its Register of Members and where the company continues to be in breach of the said requirement. The section also provides for the procedure to be followed by the registrar in striking off the said company from the Register of Companies. Clause 14, amendment to Section 121 of the Principal Act. This section provides for the duty of a company to file annual returns with the registrar. The section is being amended by deleting subsection 3 and replacing same with a new subsection 3, clearly creating an offense for the failure to file the annual return and removing the concept of continuing offenses. Clause 15, amendment to Section 122 of the Principal Act. Section 122, annual return to be made by a company having a share capital. The section is being amended to remove the requirement for companies having a share capital to file information in relation to beneficial owners in the annual return, since a new Part XIA in the Act has been created to provide for the filing of beneficial ownership information in a separate beneficial ownership return. This will also be consistent with the revised approach to disclosure of beneficial ownership, which is further articulated below in the discussion on Clause 19. So before, well, with the amendment in 2017, you had the beneficial ownership on the return. Here we have a separate process or a separate document to be filed. Clause 16, amendment to Section 124 of the Principal Act. The amendment deletes subsection 2 as the provision references Section 111, which was repealed in 2017. Clause 7, amendment to Section 172 of the Principal Act. With Section 172, number of directors and secretary. This section provides for the number of directors and secretary for a company. The section is being amended to prohibit companies from appointing a nominee director, since this creates vulnerabilities in relation to the transparency of the framework and further provides that it is an offense to do so. Clause 18, amendment to Section 337 of the Principal Act. Section 337, the registrar may strike defunct company off the register. This section gives the registrar the power to strike from the register a company which has ceased to carry on business in Jamaica. The section is being amended by addressing the means of service for a notice issued under this section for an overseas company which operates business in Jamaica. Clause 19, amendment to Section 352 of the Principal Act. And Section 352 deals with inspection, production, evidence, and retention of documents kept by the registrar. This section provides for the public's access to documents held by the registrar upon payment of the prescribed fee. Currently, beneficial ownership information is available to the public by virtue of its inclusion in such documents as the annual return, but it's currently at the level of 51 or 50% plus 1. However, public access to information not only goes beyond the requirements of the international standard set out in Recommendation 24, but also has the potential to unnecessarily expose the information of, for example, high net worth individuals or other individuals, or expose people unnecessarily. It is therefore proposed that the revised approach be that the privacy of information on beneficial ownership as defined in the Act be preserved and disclosed only in relation to persons with specific purposes. In keeping with the aforesaid policy, that beneficial ownership information should not be made public. The section is being amended to provide that upon a written request by a person desirous of inspecting any document containing beneficial ownership information, the beneficial ownership information in relation to any intended company or former company cannot be disclosed to any such person by the registrar without the prior written consent of the beneficial owner. The registrar may, however, disclose beneficial ownership information to persons including a competent authority, an authority of a foreign state or country carrying out functions comparable to a competent authority, the designated authority, the Director of Public Prosecutions, the Commissioner General, or a procuring entity as defined by the Public Procurement Act, without the consent of the beneficial owner. Clause 20, insertion of new sections 352A and 352B in the Principal Act. Section 352A, protection of registrar and authorized officers. This section protects the registrar and her officers from any suits, action, or prosecution instituted personally in relation to actions done in good faith in the execution of duties under the Act. Section 352B, duty of secrecy. This section creates an obligation on all persons having official duties under the Act to treat with such information as secret and confidential. The section further creates an offense for all persons who communicate such confidential information other than to persons authorized by law or otherwise than for the purposes of this Act. Clause 21, amendment to Section 362 of the Principal Act. This section deals with companies registered overseas and operating businesses in Jamaica, which are dealt with in Part X of the Act. At the end of the section, the words referred to as companies to which Part X applies has been inserted for ease of reference. Clause 22, repeal and replacement of Section 363A of the Principal Act. Section 363A, register of members to be kept by companies incorporated outside of Jamaica. This section provides for the duty of Part X companies to keep a register of members. The section is being amended to provide that such a company is also required to keep a register of directors in addition to its register of members, containing the beneficial ownership information. Clause 23, insertion of Section 363 in the Principal Act. This section prohibits Part X companies from having nominee shareholders or appointing nominee directors. Clause 24, amendment to Section 365 of the Principal Act. This section currently provides for the duty of Part X companies to notify the registrar of any alteration in relation to the chart of the company, directors, name and address of persons authorized to accept service on behalf of the company, and any beneficial owner. The section has been amended to delete the word any, as all such companies are required to identify beneficial owners. Clause 25, amendment to Section 369 of the Principal Act. The marginal note in this section has been amended to state Part X companies ceasing to have a place of business in Jamaica. Clause 26, insertion of a new Section 369A in the Principal Act. Section 369A is removal of striking off of a name of a Part X company. This section provides for the registrar's power to strike off a company to which Part X applies from the register of companies where, among other things, there is a failure in relation to filing the beneficial ownership return. Clause 27, amendment to Section 370 of the Principal Act. This section applies to the general penalties for breaches of obligations under the Act. This section has been amended to specify that this provision only applies where no specific penalty is provided in the respective section. Clause 28, insertion of a new Part XIA in the Principal Act. New Part XIA, beneficial ownership. This part provides for the obligation of companies and the registrar in relation to the treatment of beneficial ownership information. More specifically, the part includes provisions for the following. 1, the duty of companies to file a beneficial ownership return upon incorporation, the delivery of a return of allotments on an annual basis, and for Part X companies in relation to nominee directors. The information to be filed on beneficial owners must include every beneficial owner of the company in relation to the chain of ownership. An offence is also created for the failure to file the return. The information that should be included in the beneficial ownership return, number 2. 3, the duty of the registrar to verify the accuracy of the information filed in a beneficial ownership return. 4, the procedure to be applied by the registrar for striking off a company for failure to file the beneficial ownership return. 6, the duty of the registrar to keep a register of beneficial owners of companies. 7, the powers of the registrar to ensure the adequacy, accuracy of the register of beneficial owners and in keeping the information in his register up to date. 8, the power of the registrar to enter the registered office of companies or such other location where the register of members is kept for the purpose of inspection or examination. 9, the power of the registrar to cooperate with entities including competent authorities and law enforcement authorities in order to carry out functions given under the Act. 10, the duty of companies to keep a record of actions taken in relation to the compliance of beneficial ownership requirements under the Act and the applicable offence for the failure to do so. 11, the duty of companies to obtain and verify beneficial ownership information. 12, the duty of the members of a company to provide the company with beneficial ownership information. 13, the duty of the beneficial owner to provide the company with their information. 14, the duty of the company to notify the registrar where there's a change in beneficial ownership of the company and the applicable offence for failure to do so. 15, the duty of any officer, employee, or agent of a company to answer any questions put to them by the registrar and the applicable offence for failure to do so. Clause 29, insertion of a new Section 379A in the Principal Act. New Section 379A, good standing. This section provides for the duty of the registrar to certify in writing whether a company is, at the specified date, in good standing. Clause 30, amendment to Section 381 of the Principal Act. This section provides for the form in which registrars are to be kept. This clause is being amended to create an offence for failure to take necessary steps to prevent falsification of the register. Clause 33, amendment to Section 387 of the Clause 31, repeal and replacement of Section 382 of the Principal Act. 382, penalty for false statement. This section has been replaced and repealed and replaced with a new section to create an offense for any person who willfully makes a false statement in any return or other document specified or described in the 9th schedule. Clause 32, insertion of a new section 386A in the Principal Act. Fixed penalties. A new section has been inserted to provide for a fixed penalty regime for the purpose of more efficiently enforcing fines for breaches under the Act. Clause 33, amendment to Section 387 of the Principal Act. Section 387, service of documents on companies. This section has been amended to allow for the serving of documents by electronic means. Clause 34, amendment to Section 390A of the Principal Act. Section 390A, records. This section provides a requirement for companies to keep documents for at least 7 years. The section has been amended to specify that this requirement applies to documents containing membership and beneficial ownership information. Clause 35, insertion of a new Section 390B of the Principal Act. This section is being inserted to provide that companies that have been struck off, wound up, or dissolved must keep records of the company for at least 7 years or a lesser period, not being less than 5 years, as may be prescribed from the dissolution of the company. The section further creates an offense for contravention of this section. Clause 36, amendment to Section 392 of the Principal Act. This section has been amended to extend the power of the minister to amend the forms in both parts 2 and 3 in the 5th schedule as new forms to capture beneficial ownership information have been proposed for inclusion. Clause 37, Madam Speaker, amendment of the 5th schedule to the Principal Act. The 5th schedule has contents required by Section 121, subsection 2, and form of annual return of a company having a share capital. This schedule is amended to insert new forms in relation to beneficial ownership and membership information. Clause 38, amendment of the 9th schedule to the Principal Act. The 9th schedule provisions referred to in Section 382, which is penalty for a false statement. The 9th schedule provides for the sections to which a person will be liable for an offense if false information is willfully provided. The schedule has therefore been amended to include the following sections to which the offense will apply. Section 122, annual return made by company having a share capital. Section 377A, beneficial ownership return. Section 377W, notification of change in beneficial ownership information. And Section 377AC1, written answer to the registrar's question. Clause 39, amendment of enactments and construction. This clause provides for amendments to the Companies Form Rules 2005 and the Companies Rules in light of the amendment to this Act. Memorandum of Objects and Reasons. The memorandum stipulates the key objectives of this Act. Madam Speaker, in concluding, let me start where I began. It is not optimal for us to be tabling and taking to its final stages a bill of this length and magnitude, complexity in one sitting. It just is not optimal. Madam Speaker, the bill is concentrated on matters to do with beneficial ownership, right? So it's not necessarily with all kind of matters for companies, but there are tens of thousands of companies registered in Jamaica to whom this will apply and for whom compliance will be required. And having a bill, Madam Speaker, tabled and passed in one sitting, arguably does not provide them with the kind of notice that we would want. However, let me say that the Companies Act, Companies Office has been working on this amendment for some time, for a long time, and has been working with many, many drafts over a long period of time. And over the course of working on this amendment, they have held consultations with a number of groups, with legal firms, with accounting firms, and with others. I have a list. I'm sure it's a question that will come, and I'm therefore anticipating it, but I will provide the list and give you the list of consultations that took place. However, I concede up front, Madam Speaker, that it is suboptimal. Let that be on the record. But at the same time, it is necessary, Madam Speaker, for the good of Jamaica. We therefore give our commitment that to the extent that there are areas that need to be improved in the bill, so long as those areas do not take away even one iota from the FATF standards on the beneficial ownership regime, then those are things that we will have to consider given how this bill is being introduced, Madam Speaker. Now, Madam Speaker, there is, with respect to the amendment sheet that has been tabled, I'll just say what it contains. There's a new section 377, subsection 4, subsection B, where there's a deletion of and the words that agents in subsection A, if I could just see the amendment sheet here a second. Right, the amendment sheets are here in clause 20. Now, I'll deal with these amendments in the committee stage. So, Madam Speaker, I again ask, under the circumstances, for the Madam Speaker, I just need to be upfront about it. There's another amendment sheet that has just been tabled, and just making the House aware of that, amendments to clauses 2, 9, 11, 18, and 28, which further makes the point that I was making earlier. Madam Speaker, we have been here before. We've been here before with respect to other pieces of legislation, where we had...
The member's time for speaking on this matter has expired.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the member's time be extended sufficiently for him to conclude the presentation, which is pretty much at the end. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Members, the question before the House is that the time be extended to allow the Minister to sufficiently complete his presentation. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, House Leader. Thank you, members. I'm at the end of my presentation, Madam Speaker, just appealing to members of the House for their understanding, in the interest of Jamaica, that we get this through this House and later in the Senate this week, so that Jamaica can fulfill its requirements and its obligations under its international agreements. Madam Speaker, I now invite members of this Honourable House to support the passage of the Companies Amendment Act 2023.
Could I have? Let's try it. Thanks. Madam Speaker, 3 bills have been presented to us today, which the government wants to table and pass in the House on the same day. 2 of them we have agreed to, proceeding in that way. the amendment to the Financial Administration and Audit Act, and the amendment to the Electronic Transactions Act. Both of those are short bills. We have been able to understand what they seek to achieve and analyze the way in which they are doing so quickly. And indeed, we identified a particular defect in the Electronic Transactions Amendment Bill in relation to the way in which one particular provision had been laid out by the printers, so that it can be recorded that that is to be fixed by way as a printer's error. This piece of legislation is a totally different kettle of fish. This is a complex piece of legislation. I am a company law practitioner by training and experience, in the sense that it is one of the basic tools, or has been one of the basic tools of my practice, along with other pieces of legislation. But because companies are a central part of how commerce is conducted and financial transactions are conducted, I have had to make myself familiar with it over the years. And indeed, when the Principal Act was being passed, the Companies Act 2004, which this is amending, the leader of opposition business in the House was the minister who worked on that for years, brought it to a joint select committee. I actually represented a stakeholder in those deliberations, the PSOJ at the time. And in fact, when 9/11 occurred, I was in a joint select committee meeting of the Companies Bill 2004. It was at Alhambra. That meeting was at Alhambra. Douglas O'Rain was the chairman of the committee. He was then in the Senate, remember? And the 9/11 event occurred. So that is just, and that was in 2001, wasn't it? Yes. So the passage of that took a long time because it's extremely complex and it's far-reaching, and you live with it for decades when you pass it. This bill is 201 pages long. The text of the provisions is 64 pages long, and then there are another 140-odd pages of forms. And the forms are also important because the forms have to be compatible with the textual provisions of the Act, and they have to be workable in practice. We received a draft of this bill. I assume it's close to final draft. I believe it was on Friday, last Friday, with a request that we facilitate its tabling and passage today. Now, I think it's the heights of negligence and poor governance that a bill of this nature, so complex and far-reaching, is being brought to the House on the 28th of March, when the government says it's facing a deadline of the 31st of March for its passage. That is chaka-chaka government.
Limit all of us to the colloquial terms. I would really prefer.
All right, thank you.
I would.
That is disgracefully inept government.
That sounds better for me. That is more parliamentary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for that opportunity to clarify what I was saying.
Just as an aside, as an aside, I intend to hold all of us as members of Parliament to the standing orders and the language we ought to use. Everybody in this House, on both sides of the aisle.
When Stanley Redwood was the President of the Senate. That's, Madam Speaker, I'm sure that if we abide by your ruling on that, we will not go wrong. So I'm very disheartened by what we are being asked to do. I have not had an opportunity to review this thoroughly. It deserves a thorough review. I'm not alone in this. The minister may say there has been extensive consultation. Yeah, but you've said consultation took place, some consultation. I'm going to read you an email I just received from one of the leading company law practitioners in the country who has an extensive portfolio of companies that she administers on a daily basis. She's part of a very large firm. I'm not going to obviously disclose her name. It's important. The source.
You're just making a point.
The point, I won't read it. I will just extract the basic point then. The person says that they were made aware that this bill is slated for the House today. They say, as practitioners in this area, they are alarmed that this will come into effect with all the far-reaching changes without even a transition period. And they make the point that we are already overwhelmed with the TCSPA, which is the Trustee and Corporate Services Providers Act. And I'm going to speak about that shortly. And the onerous and numerous requirements now that this one will give no chance to cross over. And she asked me to make representation to at least the governance professionals to request a period of transition. This is a problematic approach that we're taking here. The Act, Clause 1, does not have a provision for the minister to bring it into effect at a future date. It comes into effect once it is, the GG gives assent, which presumably they're going to try and do before this cutoff period of March the 31st. I don't know if that will be achieved. And then the notice of the passage of the bill has to be gazetted. So there's no transitional provision. I have been told by reliable sources that within the Registrar of Companies office, there are major concerns that they are not ready for the implementation of this bill and they need a transitional period before they can operationalize this act. But the act doesn't provide for any such period. So that is a huge issue, and I would beg the minister to accede to an amendment. I want to beg. I would ask fervently that the minister accede to an amendment to Clause 1 to provide the usual provision that it will come into effect on a date determined by the minister by notice, or whatever the proper drafting language for that is. I am told that other countries have done that. Other countries that are seeking to conform with the FATF requirements have had that provision in their law, in their legislative attempt to give effect. Why should we not have it when it is so very necessary? I cannot accept the argument that we can't have it because others have done it that way, and it is an absolutely reasonable way to approach this matter. FATF cannot force Jamaica to pass laws which have not been properly reviewed by legislators in this country. That is an aberration on governance. I'm saying FATF cannot force Jamaica to pass laws which have not been properly reviewed by our legislators. It's a dereliction of duty on our part to let that happen. None of us in here fully understand what's in this. And I would venture to say 99% of us have no clue what's in here. It is a poor and unfortunate way of proceeding. In my somewhat cursory review of it, I have some concerns. First of all, the absence of a provision that allows it to be brought into effect at a later date. In that interregnum, practitioners could digest this properly and see to what extent it may require fixing. And those fixes could be quickly drafted so that an amending bill could be brought, so that when it is brought into effect, it has been fixed before that date. That could be done. The Companies Office of Jamaica could go through the necessary training and other necessary internal processes to make them ready for its implementation and operationalization, which they have not done, I am told. It is very important that that be remedied. I'm just going to make a couple of observations. After what I have said is a very cursory reading of this while I'm in here. I did not have time to look at it before in detail. Clause 4 of the bill says that no company incorporated under this act shall have a nominee shareholder. It doesn't say what a nominee shareholder is. It's not a defined term in the act, the Principal Act. Madam Speaker, the vast majority of companies in Jamaica are incorporated by persons in the office of the attorney or other firm that's incorporating them, signing the articles of incorporation. They do so as a nominee for the client, and that is subsequently rectified thereafter. I don't know how many companies are going to be immediately in breach of this. There's no provision for it to a period of time to fix it. And in fact, one has to question why it's even in here, because there's a huge and extensive regime being what this act is primarily about. These reams of pages are about disclosure of beneficial ownership of shares. So if you have to disclose beneficial ownership right up the chain, then why can't you have a nominee shareholder? Because the whole essence of a nominee shareholder is that the shares are held by A on behalf of B, and B is a beneficial owner. So if you have a regime requiring disclosure of beneficial ownership, why are you prohibiting nominee shareholdings? It is a question of commercial convenience that these arrangements be facilitated. It is going to be extremely inconvenient to require subscribers to be the persons who are beneficial owners when you're incorporating. The clients may be all over the world or all over Jamaica. So I don't understand why this is necessary. It doesn't seem to me to make sense to do it this way. Also, in Clause 7, it talks about what the Register of Members, this is an amendment to Section 109 of the Principal Act, which deals with the Register of Members. And it talks about what particulars have to be included in the Register of Members, and it's a much more extensive thing than it used to be. I'm not seeing anything that excludes public companies from this provision. There's an exclusion of public companies from amendments to the Register of Members. If you amend the Register of Members, you have to notify the registrar, and you have to produce details as to the amendment to the register. And there's a provision, a new subsection 4, which says that that requirement of any change in the particulars of who is in the register as the owners of the shares does not apply in relation to membership of a public company. I can understand why. Public companies have thousands of shareholders typically, and they trade on an exchange. And trading takes place every day. It's not practical to comply with this regime in relation to public companies. But there is nothing in here that speaks to the register when it is initially set up. Only deals with changes to it. So I don't know how that will work. If you take a company public, you have an IPO like we've had with Wigton or Trans-Jamaican Highway. God knows how many shareholders subscribe for shares in Trans-Jamaican Highway when it went public. Are we going to have to comply with this in relation to the register for that? And indeed, where shares are held in the depository, the Jamaica Central Securities Depository, which the vast majority of them will be, because you have to be in the depository to trade the shares. How is that being addressed in here? I don't know. There were regulations that addressed that in the past. I'm not seeing those being amended. So I don't know how that will work. Maybe there's an answer. I spoke to the question of nominee shareholding not being defined and being banned going forward, and how that affects so many existing companies, and there's no mechanism for how they will fix it. Indeed, there are no consequences for breaching it. The minister said how important this bill is because it ensures sanctions for breach, but there are no sanctions for the breach of that provision. The Clause 4 inserts a new Section 23A into the Act, which is one very brief provision with it's not made an offense or anything. That says no company incorporated under this Act shall have a nominee shareholder. There are no consequences outlined for breaching that. So the implications of this are half-baked and are not clear. But I'm going to move now to Clause 17 of the bill, amending Section 172 of the Principal Act, the Companies Act. And it inserts a new subsection 1A, and that says, no company incorporated under this Act shall appoint a nominee director. Again, what is a nominee director? That is even more obtuse than the concept of a nominee shareholder. And at least a nominee shareholder is fairly well understood as meaning a situation in which A holds shares on behalf of B, whether as an agent or a trustee. But a nominee director is a novel concept. The Companies Act has a concept of shadow directors. That is not what is being employed here. There's no definition. I have not been able to find a definition of what a nominee director is. And if you're a director of a company in Jamaica, you owe the statutory duty of care to the members of the company, regardless of whether you think you represent anybody or not. Your duties under the law are owed to the company and its members. That is in our Companies Act. And then there are fiduciary obligations that you owe of a variety. You can't profit out of the company's business personally. You can't enter into contracts which create a conflict of interest unless you disclose them. There's a whole litany of obligations that apply to all directors. I don't understand this concept of nominee directors. It's not defined, and it says you can't appoint one. What is one? What is a nominee director? It doesn't say. Similarly, in Clause 23, and this is now inserting a new Section 363B into the Act. And this is in Part 10. Part 10 is the sectional or the clutch of sections in the Companies Act that deals with overseas companies that register here to do business. They're not Jamaican companies. They're incorporated abroad, but they're establishing business here, typically through a branch. And if they have a place of business in Jamaica, they have to register under Part 10. Again, it says that no company to which Part 10 applies shall have a nominee shareholder or nominee director. So we are now telling companies that are incorporated abroad and that may be empowered and authorized under their law to have nominee shareholders, that they can't do so if they want to come to Jamaica. And they can't appoint this concept of a nominee director, which is, as I've said, not a concept I'm familiar with in the Companies Act. These are just some of the things that jumped out at me when I was just flipping through this bill here in this House. Madam Speaker, I am sure that when this is properly digested by practitioners, they are going to have many other concerns about it. And I just feel that we are going down the wrong path when you bring legislation like this to Parliament and say, just pass it. No matter what it says. Just trust that it's good. Trust that it works, that it's cohesive, and pass it. There's not even a period of time before it's brought into effect, which is quite normal in our law. And you know, a year or so ago, the minister brought a piece of legislation here, I think it was in a hurry too, to amend the Trust and Corporate Services Providers Act. Now that act, he said, the minister says it wasn't in a hurry. I accept that. Oh, you weren't in a hurry, all right. It was passed quickly, though. It was passed very quickly. But he wasn't in a hurry. All right. Yeah. That act was one of the pieces of legislation that was enacted to establish Jamaica as an international financial center. This is under Bruce Golding's government. This was their policy. They passed the JISTV Act, the Jamaica International Financial Services Authority Act, which was a regulatory body established by law that was going to oversee Jamaica's foray into becoming an international financial center. And that then required a whole load of other pieces of legislation to be passed so that Jamaica could get into that business. And we were told at the time that it was a game changer and we were going to be very successful with it and so on. We were skeptical about it. We didn't really see Jamaica as being a prime candidate for that type of business for a variety of reasons. Nevertheless, such a lot of work had been done that when we came into office, there was a number of incomplete things to be done, and I personally spent quite a bit of time trying to move it along. The partnership legislation, which I'm not even sure is in effect, but was passed. Limited partners, general partners, a new trust act. There was supposed to be a new companies act. And I see the minister has tabled yet another new companies act. Minister Vaz, as he then was in the charge of, I think, industry and commerce, brought a bill here, which was I had done a bill and taken it through, almost through legislation committee. That bill was abandoned. A new bill was brought here by Minister Vaz. I had made some comments on it, off the record, so to speak, detailed comments in writing, which I shared with him. And we never heard anything more about that bill. Now another bill has been brought, but not yet passed, another Companies Act. But the Trust and Corporate Service Providers Act was to provide a new industry of persons who would service the International Financial Center, so that they would be the ones who would form the companies, set up the trust, administer the companies for this offshore business that we were going to do, which has not, as it turns out, that's going nowhere. But it's, that act was passed. Then because of this whole grey listing thing, the minister brought an amendment to that. That amendment had an extensive set of penal provisions in it. This is an offense, that is an offense, third is an offense. It was really a penal piece of legislation. And it was because money laundering and terrorism financing risks are associated with international financial centers, so we were under scrutiny, and so we had to amend what had been passed before. There was no mention in this House or in the Senate at the time that the implications of the amendments that were being passed a year ago was that the legal profession, among others, would now have to apply for licenses to be regulated by the Financial Services Commission, the FSC, in order to do basic legal business, forming companies for people, drafting wills for people, handling estates, where you apply for probate, getting the assets, and distribute them in accordance to the will. So now the entire legal profession is in a bit of a tizzy because they've been written to by the FSC with a deadline for applying for licensing. They have to have an extensive business plan as to how they're going to operate as a corporate service provider or trust service provider. That is entailing significant costs. There are all the fees that have to be paid to apply and no doubt to continue once you're licensed. And this is to do business that lawyers have been doing for years. Basic legal work. Not really, as I see it, of any significant risk. I don't know how doing somebody's will and when they die, applying for probate and administering their estate, how that's suddenly a money laundering risk when the person is dead. But anyway, my point is that none of us in here had any inclination that this was going to be the effect of amending that act the way it was done. And yet that's where we are today. So I'm very wary of doing it again, of passing this thing blindfolded, so to speak, you know, on a whim and a prayer, because we want to get off the grey list. We've been on the grey list for a while. We want to get off the grey list, but let's do it in a sensible way, in a way that is prudent, and not in a way that doesn't involve us acting in dereliction of our duty as legislators to know what we're passing, to scrutinize it appropriately. So, Madam Speaker, I can't support the passage of this bill in this way. I really feel that it would be unprincipled to do so. So, I don't intend to vote against it, because I realize that Jamaica is trying its best to comply with the international financial community and their view of us, and try in an effort to get ourselves off this grey list. And of course, the attorneys are now regulated under POCA. We had passed that. We had initiated that when we were in government because it was necessary, because attorneys handle clients' funds in large volumes and do transactions that they must know the source of funds and ensure that they're not facilitating money laundering. That was contested by the bar, and they took it, the matter went all the way up to the Privy Council. The Privy Council ruled that what was done was lawful. And so the profession now has to start complying with the guidelines prepared by the General Legal Counsel as a regulator of the legal profession in relation to most of non-contentious business, what lawyers call non-contentious business, business outside the court. So the legal profession has a new regime they're now having to comply with, which ought to have been implemented a few years ago, but because it was being challenged in court, it wasn't until the Privy Council ruled a month or so ago that now they have to comply. And they have to now refresh the training that they, everybody in the firm has to understand what the requirements are. You have to have a responsible officer appointed, somebody who's willing to take on that role. And not everybody is going to be too inclined to do that. So they have a lot on their plate. All of a sudden now, FSC saying they must be regulated, the lawyers must be regulated by the FSC to form companies for people, to draft wills for people and administer estates. That is never, none of us knew that this is where we're going. So, Madam Speaker, I sympathize with the minister. I know the pressure is under. I recognize that Jamaica faces risks by being on the grey list, and we've been doing a lot to try and come off it. But let us not proceed, with haste that makes waste. And so, Madam Speaker, we won't be supporting this today. We don't think this is the right approach. We don't think this is right for Jamaica to do it this way. I'm not saying the bill itself is necessarily wrong for Jamaica. I don't know what's in it. I've identified a few issues of concern. But, yeah. But I don't think the approach we're taking is not right for Jamaica. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Member, I indicated to the Leader of Opposition Business whose hand went up before yours. Leader of Opposition Business.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think the Leader of the Opposition has dealt with our fundamental objection. But I'd just like to say briefly that, and I speak also, Madam Speaker, believe it or not, as a practitioner, I therefore must declare interest. But it is foreseeable that come March 31, the entire formal commerce in Jamaica could be thrown into chaos. The formal commerce has its basis really in companies law. We have encouraged people to go out there to become formalized. And we support that. because it's good for the economy. Too much of the economy is underground. And when you having encouraged and recognized the formal sector to engage in what is going to happen, which is a complete overhauling of that sector, we haven't begun to fathom the implications of this. Madam Speaker, it was last week I decided as a company secretary to move towards and to encourage the directors to get an annual general meeting going, to move towards winding up of a company. I'm just giving an example. A company that hadn't done any business since 2012, but a company with overseas shareholders and over 900 Jamaican shareholders. And I'm just contemplating now, as we move to wind up, and it can't take place before, unfortunately, the 31st of March, the impact of this change in the law to the business that I have to do. I not only have to deal with the overseas shareholders and the issue of Section 10, where though they're not registered in Jamaica, we have to account for them, and it's going to be affected by this. But those 900-odd Jamaican shareholders who might very well not be beneficial owners, some of whom might have died and have left estates.
Yeah, sort that out. Who's the beneficial owner?
Yes, yes. Estates that probably are in the process of being dealt with either by letters of administration or probate. It's a minefield. And it is going to lead to chaos if there isn't sufficient time for transitions to take place. And as the leader has rightly put it, we support businesses coming up front and people's faces be known and to be removed from the grey list. But this is not the way to do it. When we were doing the new Companies Act, the 2004 law, it was replacing a 1948 law. And it required the most extensive consultation. It requires a joint select committee, going through line by line. That's how important it is when you are affecting commerce in this way. It took years. In fact, when we started the final process, it was 14 years in gestation. I'm not suggesting that for this, but Madam Speaker, it requires us to be so careful because some of these penalties are severe, and I fear that businesses are going to be in breach. Professionals who assist businesses, accountants, lawyers, might very well be caught, and it is really unfair to spring this on them like Nicodemus in the night. I hope that is not unparliamentary, Madam Speaker. But so I really don't need to say much more than this, but just to warn, Madam Speaker, that we are going to be in serious chaos if this were to go as been proposed on the 31st of March. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
From St. Andrew, Wester.
Madam Speaker, I'll be very short because two colleagues before me, the leader of opposition and leader of opposition business have really give some clear indication as to some of the dangers that we are really walking into. Madam Speaker, this is something that when I was last in government, we were wrestling with in the ministry, and the company's office. And one of the things that is clear to me is that this is a moving target. I mean, so the changes are sought, you make some adjustment, and in this case, as in this case, some adjustment was made in 2017. But it is not now enough. So we are back there, so it was 50 plus 1, now it's 25, and it's next is if you, it's 10 or some other number. Madam Speaker, what is clear to me, and I say this because as someone who's acted in the foreign ministry, been in the foreign ministry, in fact, for most of my life in politics. We really have to do something about this. This is not a fair way. This is not a fair way to deal with the situation and the circumstance of developing countries. It really isn't. This FATF and these organizations are really the leverage that they have and they display and the pressure that is brought to bear on developing countries. And this is largely developing countries because there's a group of countries that get to decide these things. The OECD countries, and if it's not that, then it's a group from the European Union, and it's a group of them that decides they're going to set. And the minister was careful, and the minister kept saying, yes, we made some change, we may make some changes perhaps, unless it violates the FATF standards. Now, who set these FATF standards? Who set these FATF standards? It's not us. We're not even in those meetings. When you go to those meetings, they're telling you what the terms of the agreement that you should sign on are. And they don't themselves. And the question is, who monitor those persons? But, Madam Speaker, let me say this though. The reason I wanted to say this, we are in a constitutional reform process. Yeah? And I believe that the time has come. We have practiced in the parliamentary democracy in the Westminster model, as it is, this duality of responsibility as it regards foreign treaties and agreements with foreign entities and countries. This FATF is not even a group of countries, as I understand it. It's not a group of countries, these are some members of some organization. And they form this very powerful body, exerting tremendous influence on countries and saying, if you sign on to the agreements, they won't blacklist you. So who blacklists them for not complying? And I have seen the threat to us time and again, and it continues. If it is not in the de-risking situation with banks and corresponding banks, it's another, and it changes every year. And so I really believe that, the United States, for example, has a way of addressing these issues. The Congress of the United States will not cede its sovereignty in this way. If in certain areas right now, there's a major argument about what agreements must come before the Congress before the executive can go out and sign these agreements. In Jamaica, the executive can go out and sign these agreements, sometimes without cabinet approval. Cabinet approves it after, sometimes with cabinet approval. But I think in this constitutional discussion, this reform discussion, it's a reasonable question, and I have already raised it. It's a reasonable question to ask. Should we be able to sign on to some of these agreements overseas without the Parliament of the country having a say in those agreements. It's fundamental, because what you come back and ask the Parliament to do is a rubber stamping of some other arrangement. And in the United States, everyone knows when you enter an agreement, a trade agreement or any kind of treaty with the United States, you better know that you cannot, when the Congress have the final say in many instances on those agreements, and those persons who negotiate, whether it be the Trade Department, the USTR, the Trade Representative, or whomever, the State Department, whomever, it is always subject to, so they come out there and negotiate, they agree, but it's subject to Congress's decision. We don't have that protection. We go out and we sign, and it is binding on the country immediately, internationally, and we come to the Parliament and we say, we already signed the agreement and we can't make fundamental changes to it. I think in the review of this Constitution, we need to be looking at that that arrangement between the executive and the legislature, because in many instances, what we are being asked to do in this legislature is merely a rubber stamping of a decision that have already been taken and that have not been gone through thoroughly. In many instances, it is those countries leveraging our entities, powerful entities, leveraging on the developing countries and threatening them with blacklisting if they do not comply. Madam Speaker, I don't need to say the dangers that we're walking in. I think it's been amply stated that we're walking in the danger. We're not. I don't propose that we vote against that. The government will take that responsibility, but we can't support it in voting for it. Something that we're doing blindly, just blindly. So, Madam Speaker, I make.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the bill and act to amend the Company Act. The member from Northwest St. Andrew that piloted the bill indicated at the start, Madam Speaker, of the way in which he hoped the bill would have proceeded in terms of the consultative process and the short time here that the bill is being presented and debated. So he has acknowledged that. But, Madam Speaker, this bill seeks to basically remedy or to close some gaps, 6 gaps, I believe, that existed, because the consultations have been taking place since 2017, and in the reassessing in 2021, it was pointed out that there were some gaps. So it's not new in the sense, because it has been assessing over a period of time. Now, Madam Speaker, what are the noticeable gaps in this bill and what it seeks to remedy? 1, the verification procedures were not in place. 2, we didn't have a regime with sufficient information on beneficial ownership. Sanctions were not sufficient to deter persons or company. Restoration of a company that was now deemed to be compliant, etc. Now, the member from South St. Andrew mentioned in his initial response dealing with nominee, and said that if a person is in an office then what will happen in that case. But I believe that is completely different, because that is nominating someone in an office to deal with the issues. And it's completely different from a nominee. Now, Madam Speaker, I'm not an attorney, but my understanding is that in the present Company Act, nominee is not mentioned in the present Company Act. And therefore, again, when the member from Southwest St. Andrew mentioned companies invested in Jamaica.
On a point of order, Southwest St. Andrew?
South St. Andrew, sorry. South St. Andrew. Mentioned the fact that companies, international companies, have set up, would have offices in Jamaica. That is true. But those companies would still require, because if they're a part of jurisdiction that are governed by FATF, they would have in their own jurisdiction to supply all the necessary information on their shareholders. So that information would still be presented to companies operating in Jamaica or not of Jamaican operation. So, Madam Speaker, so in that case, the nominee would not necessarily be an issue, because the required documentation of that company would still be required here. Again, another point that was mentioned with regards to the thousands of shareholders. But remember, what this seeks to address is shareholdings of 25% or more. So it's not all the shareholders within the company. So what the response has been, Madam Speaker, in this re-rating exercise, Jamaica has made a commitment to be compliant, and we accept the conversation on that side in terms of the debating that needs to be undertaken in an important bill like this. But we have, in fact, committed to FATF to be compliant by March 2023. And a failure, Madam Speaker, would allow for Jamaica to be blacklisted, and none of us would want that. The bill, therefore, seeks to be compliant with the standards relating to beneficial ownership, empowering the registrar with regulatory oversight to verify these beneficial ownership information, and to provide mutual exchange of information with competent authorities, law enforcement, including both local and foreign officials. Provide, of course, Madam Speaker, effective and proportionate sanctions to deter non-compliance and to declare of these declared beneficial ownership. So, Madam Speaker, the passage of this is important for Jamaica. And while we can have disagreement with the tabling of it today, Jamaica is at stake, and Jamaica's reputation is at stake. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I support the passage of this bill. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, thanks to all who have made contributions to this bill. It's always good to start at the beginning, and in doing so, I'll just respond to some of the comments that the member from South, no man, Tony Hilton, Western St. Andrew. Madam Speaker, The Financial Action Task Force was created over 30 years ago to fight organized crime and narcotics globally. These organizations take advantage of the same liberal political and economic systems that are important for the increase or improvement in well-being to carry out their activities. And it's necessary to have mechanisms in place that can derail and punish, as the case may be. Now, when you talk about governments going and signing agreements, I don't know if you know or care to recall that it was in 1992 that CFATF was born. And it was born here in Kingston. So it was the government of Jamaica that hosted its initial and inaugural session and meeting. And there was a Kingston Declaration, actually, where the governments of the region, including Jamaica, endorsed and affirmed their government's commitment to implement the FATF recommendations. And that is where the birth of all of this and underpinnings of it all. Now, so I don't know if you can, the statements that you made are a little general. I know you're speaking emotively and so on, but Jamaica has a choice. Do we want to be a part of the global system? As a small island, I think it's very important because we don't produce all that we need to survive here. And even if we did, life would be quite unbearable if we were all alone. The simple fact is that to be a part of the global system today requires countries to conduct their affairs in certain ways. And when it comes to access to the global financial system, with the threat that is posed by the financing of terrorism, the financing of the narcotics trade and organized crime, it's critically important that countries in this region adopt the best practices internationally. Now, it is also true that countries like ours face capacity limits and capacity hurdles. And as such, sometimes the pace of reform that these bodies require is a pace that is difficult for us to accommodate. But let us be fair. I mean, let's be fair that FATF has been making these observations for a very long time, going back to the time of the previous administration, right? So it's not, from their perspective, it's not as if this is anything new. They would have these recommendations on beneficial ownership and so on would have been around from 2013 and 2014. Now, we would have said at the time, capacity as well, we had bigger problems to deal with. But I'm just making a point that I acknowledge that the pace of these reforms in some areas outstrips domestic capacity. And that's one of the realities that we have to grapple with in contending with Jamaica as we know it. I mean, the world as we know it. Let me sort of start by saying up front that I can't disagree with some of the substance of what has been said in terms, not on the specifics, but in terms of the complexity of the bill and the impact of its passage given that there hasn't been sufficient time for it to sit in this House and for it to percolate. Having said that, a joint select committee would not be an absolute necessity. We've had other Companies Act amendments that have, on beneficial ownership, that have come to this House and been passed without going to a joint select committee. And we've had consequential amendments of other bills, or consequential amendments of the Companies Act in other bills that similarly did not require a JSC. But I suppose the point being made is that is one of materiality, that the level of this bill, the number of pages, the number of forms, exceeds any of those prior examples I just gave. But a joint select committee probably would not be the most appropriate form, because the nature of the latitude that exists is not what would normally accompany a bill. We are updating our Companies Act to conform with very, very specific international standards. And these international standards change. So when Jamaica would have signed up in 1992, these standards wouldn't have existed, right? The standards change over time, and it's the FATF body, which is a huge body of 200 countries, that ultimately passes new standards. And in response to some of what we have experienced, 9/11 had new standards, but certainly after the wave of in the UK and France and Europe, and then the global financial crisis and so on, standards evolve and standards change. And when these are passed under the governing, or by abiding to the governing documents of these global organizations of which we are a member, and we signed up to these organizations, and they're transacting their business in accordance with their governing documents that we as a country signed up to, right? Jamaica, previous administration was signed up to. So, there's no need, complaining about our membership in these organizations doesn't really make sense at this stage. Okay, but the capacity issue is one, and the truth is that the real lesson of all of this is that Jamaica needs to grow, develop, and ourselves become a powerful country, so we can play a greater role in setting some of the rules of the game. But make no mistake about it, these are reforms that benefit us first when they're properly implemented. The question arose on the transitional period, and under normal circumstances, that is something that I would, a point I would make myself, and something that I would normally easily accede to. Where we are now, however, is that under our action plan, the requirement is to demonstrate that information is timely available and that effective sanctions have been introduced. If we have a transitionary period, then we can't demonstrate that sanctions exist. So we're in a place where the choice that we have at this point is to proceed in a direction that 100% will lead to blacklisting, or to proceed in the direction that we are advancing today, which is to pass acknowledging the deficiencies in terms of how we're going about that passage. With respect to nominee shareholders and nominee directors, my understanding is that these are terms of art, meaning terms that are just understood and need no definition. We have no, in our regime, and as such, because FATF requirements, their recommendations very specifically are not to have regimes that do not have nominee shareholders. If we are to abide by the recommendations, these clauses have to be a part of the bill. The point made about companies that are public. Yes, public companies are excluded from the having to update their ownership information, beneficial ownership information. But IPOs will not be affected. That was raised earlier. IPOs, before they go to market, they have to obviously, their beneficial ownership information has to be updated. But in the process of going public, they'll be required to do their usual filing, including BO information, but it won't pose any sort of unique challenges as a result of this particular bill. Remember, the beneficial owner is not every single shareholder. The beneficial owner is the shareholder who owns 25% or more of the company. On the points made on other bills and acts that we have brought to this House and passed, in keeping with our action plan, and mention was made of the Trust and Corporate Services amendments, and there have been others as well. All of those, Madam Speaker, we've had the Charities Act, we have the Trust and Corporate Services, we have microcredit. All of those are driving Jamaica towards a greater formalization of our affairs. And that formalization is necessary if we are to continue to have access to the global financial system. It tests the capacity of the country, and it makes it even more important for our education system to be able to respond, to have the output at the level of CSEC and CAPE be higher, so we can have more accountants in Jamaica, more lawyers, more persons trained in areas that can support the rapid formalization of our economy. The changes in the charities regulation that came, that was passed last November, are such that it places, and this was in keeping with our FATF obligations, it places new and particular requirements on charitable organizations, and it's questionable whether, small entities, of which the landscape is littered with, will be able to afford the administrative costs required to keep pace with what now exists. So these are real challenges that our country faces. We can't shirk from them because Jamaica is not an island and we are a part of a global system. We can't shirk from them. Well, we can, but what we would mean is that we don't have access to the financial system. Oh, Jamaica is an island, and therefore we need access to the financial system. Now, specific mention was made of the Trust and Corporate Services Act, and the point was made that that act is also an act that tries to bring Jamaica up to speed with the monitoring of legal persons and arrangements. And a trust is a legal person, and that is a legal vehicle where beneficial ownership and legal ownership can be separated. And if we don't have proper monitoring in place, creates a loophole that can be exploited for nefarious activities. It is the case that on the passage of the Act, it meant that persons who were involved in the preparation of wills and probate and so forth would have had to register with the FSC. Now, I want you just to understand, members, that that provision was put in prior to the resolution of the case involving bringing attorneys under the Proceeds of Crime Act. So for Jamaica to be compliant as far as monitoring of legal persons that are trusts, and lawyers have refused to be a part of POCA, and the case has not yet been heard, we needed to find an alternative. And the alternative was for the FSC to become the entity that monitored trust and similar arrangements. It so happened that that law was passed, and very shortly after, a few months, the Privy Council made their decision that brought lawyers under POCA. So we were faced with a situation now where lawyers now have to be monitored under POCA by the GLC, but the Trust and Services Act required some lawyers who were engaged in practicing in this area to be monitored by the FSC. So we had a situation of dual monitoring, which was unintended. I hope it's clear how this would have arisen. Okay? Now, we did not leave it at that. That point was raised several weeks ago, and there have been consultations, and the problem is recognized. We can't have the lawyer engaged in trust being regulated by two entities at the same time. So I'm happy to update the House that the FSC would have put out a circular, a communique that speaks to the future direction, where the intention is going to be for the GLC to regulate these activities, so we don't have the double-up regulation, and for the law to be amended in time to give legal effect to this. So the practice will be, prior to that amendment, that the GLC will take charge of that particular area. So in the meantime, they're exempted from the FSC based on what has been put out. Well, a circular has been put out, and as we speak, not literally, but meetings have been held between representatives of lawyers who are practicing in those areas and the regulators, and the overlap, which, as I said, has resulted for reasons that I think everybody can understand. We needed, when we passed the Trust and Corporate Services Act, we needed to have a regulator, but we couldn't, with the legal case still to be heard, still to be decided by the Privy Council, we couldn't move forward in the way that we are now moving forward. Madam Speaker, in the interest of time, and I know that members are, eager, I'm going to ask, Madam Speaker, that the bill be put forward for a second time, for it to be read for a second time. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, the time being 7:21, I beg to move that the House be allowed to meet beyond 7:30 in order to complete the business of the day. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
There's a question before the House that the time being 7:22, the House be allowed to sit beyond 7:30. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Members, the question before...
I put it already.
Yes, he did. The question before the House is that I do report the bill, that the bill be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I said the second time? Or divide. Very well. Clock.
Mr. Bartlett, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brown-Burke, Dr. Chang, Dr. Charles, Mr. Charles, Mr. Chin, Mr. Truck, Mr. Clark, Dr. Clark, Mr. Cousins, Ms. Crawford, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Ms. Daly, Mr. Davis, Ms. Davis, Dr. Dunn, Mr. Golding, Mr. Graham, Ms. Grange, Mr. Green, Dr. Guy, Ms. Hamilton, Ms. Hannah, Mr. Henry Kitts, Mr. Henry, Mr. Holness, Mrs. Holness, Mr. Hutchinson, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Lawrence, Miss Lee, Mrs. Malaufort, Mr. Main, Mr. Mackenzie, Mr. Miller, Miss Morrison, Mr. Montague, Mr. Morgan, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Dr. Phillips, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Samuda, Mr. Shaw, Mr. Siblist, Mr. Slowly, Ms. Smith, Mr. Terry Long, Dr. Tufton, Mrs. Vaz, Mr. Vaz, Mr. Warmington, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Williams, Mrs. Williams, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Witter, Mr. Wright.
Members, the result of the divide is that there are 6 members that abstain and there are 22 ayes. So the ayes have it and the bill has been passed.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Companies Act and for Connected Matters read a second time.
Members, the House will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause. Members,
Madam Chairman, the amendments have been tabled.
That's right,
So I would ask that the amendments be adopted
as tabled.
as tabled, and then urge that you put the whole bill as amended to the House, to the committee.
Members, if that meets, members, I'm advised to be reminded of the additional amendments that were not tabled.
I think they were tabled, weren't they tabled?
They were all tabled.
There
I
are
thought-
there are two sets of amendments,
Yes. Yes.
Madam Chairman.
They were all tabled.
And I ask that you move for their adoption, and then immediately after you ask the bill with the amended set of amendments be adopted.
Tabled. May I, just before putting it, I have a set of amendments here that were tabled. Clause 2, Clause 9, Clause 11, Clause 18, Clause 28. There were other the amendment I have, Amendment 1, says Clause 2, Clause 9, Clause 11, Clause 18, Clause 28. But as the minister went through,
There was
there
another
were other
amendment sheet that, Madam Speaker, that has.
That's what I'd like
Yes.
to know, if it was tabled. I just want to ensure that it was tabled.
That is my understanding. I have a copy of it here.
I'm asking the clerk.
Oh, ask the clerk, yes.
That she did not see it tabled. I have not got one back.
Huh? I have it. Oh, where are they?
Minister, Minister of Finance, I noted the amendments as we were going through. Probably I could just go through them quickly, and we agree to the amendments. There was an amendment to Clause 1, short title, and Clause 1. Those in favour? Those against? Amendment to Clause 2. Those in favour? Those against? Amendment to Clause 3. Those in favour? Those against? There was an insertion and a new section inserted in Clause 4. Those in favour? Those against? Amendments to Clause 5. Those in favour? Those against? There was an amendment to Section 83 of the Principal Act in Clause 6. Those in favour? Those against? There was an amendment to Section 109 of the Principal Act in Clause 7. Those in favour? Those against? There was an amendment to Clause 110 of the Principal Act. Those in favour? Those against? There was an amendment to Clause 9, an amendment to Section 112 of the Principal Act. Those in favour? Those against? What is it you saying?
She's saying that she's the one that should have been read.
I don't know what she's saying. Somebody has to. I put Clause 10. There was an amendment to Section 113 of the Principal Act. Those in favour? Those against? And while we go through, we are in committee stage. Minister, I'm going from my notes. So I wish for you to guide me and stop and make the necessary correction should I go wrong. I now put Clause 11, in which there was an insertion of a new section to Section 113. It was A, B, C, D, E, and F. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. I put Clause 12, which was repealed and replaced with clause with 116. Those in favour? Those against? I put Clause 13 as amended. Those in favour? Those against? I put Clause 14 amended, where the amendment was to Section 121 of the Principal Act. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. I put Clause 15. There's an amendment to Section 122. Those in favour? Those against? I put Clause 16, amendment to Section 124. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. I put Clause 17. There's amendment to Section 172. Those in favour? Those against? I put Clause 18, amendment to Section 337. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. I put an amendment to Section 352 of the Principal Act. Those in favour? Those against? Put Clause 20, where there was an insertion of a new section, and Section 352A and 352B of the Principal Act as amended. Those in favour? Those against? I put Clause 20, the ayes have it. I put Clause 21, where there was an amendment to Section 362. Those in favour? Those against? I put Clause 22, where there was an amendment to Section 363A of the Principal Act. Those in favour? Those against, the ayes have it. I put clause 23. There was an insertion in this clause of a new section, 36(3)(b). Is that correct, Minister? I'm not sure. Clause 23, insertion of a new section 36(3)(b). Those in favor? Those against? I put clause 24, where there's an amendment to section 365, 1 and C. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put clause 25, where there was an amendment to section 369. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put clause 26, where there was an insertion of a new section 369A of the Principal Act. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put clause 27, where there was an amendment to section 370 of the Principal Act. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put clause 28, where there was an insertion of a new part XIA of the Principal Act. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Put clause 29. Minister, in clause 29, there was an insertion. There was an insertion in clause 29. An insertion. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put clause 30, where there was an amendment to section 381. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put clause 30, where there was amendment to 381. We did that. I now put clause 31, where there was a replacement of section 382 of the Principal Act. Those in favor? Those against? I put clause 32, where there was an insertion of a new 386A of the Principal Act. Those in favor? Those again? I put clause 33, where there was an amendment. Those in favor? Those against? I put clause 34 as amended. Those in favor? Those against? I put clause, the ayes have it. I put clause 35, where there was an insertion. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put clause 36, where there was an amendment. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put clause 37, where there was an amendment to the Principal Act. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put clause 38, where there was an amendment to the 9th schedule of the Principal Act. Those in favor? Those against? I put clause 39, where there was an amendment. Those in favor? Those against? Which clause are you? Members, I am going back to make sure records are correct. I want to refer to clause 8. Minister asks you to check that I am correct, that in clause 8 there was an amendment to section 110 of the Principal Act. Those in favor? Am I correct, Minister? 110 of the Principal. I now put the schedule. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Take your part. That was the first thing. I had the first thing that was put to the committee was clause 1, which was the title and the enacting clause. So, members, the question before the House is that I do report the bill as passed, having passed committee stage with new, how much? Just let's double check. I know there are numerous. Let's double check that it's 22 amendments. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Madam Chairman, did you said that there were 22 amendments?
I'm just checking now. Do you have a? I'll be guided. We are in committee stage. Beg your pardon? Leader of there's a problem. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. I have more than 20. I have 26, 27. Members, I crave your indulgence, Minister, because we are checking to make sure that the amount of amendments are correct. This act is important, and I need to understand before we do it that we get it right after all this effort. So I crave your indulgence. Member, I'm just waiting for the experts to count the amendments because it's important that if we pass it with X amount of amendments, that the amount accords with what we have passed for certainty. So I have counted an amount. The clerk has instructed that she counted an amount, and I'm double checking with the experts because it's an important bill and we have spent time, and I think we ought to get it right. Your Your indulgence for just a few more minutes. I want to thank all of you members who have stayed back with us. The leader of the opposition did come up and explain that he was late for an important appointment, and that is why he was stepping out at the time that he did. Members, I am guided by the experts that the amendments to the thing are not 27 but 26 amendments. The other amendments that were typographical errors that are not considered as an amendment. So I now put to you the 26 amendments, which includes those tabled on the House this afternoon, Clause 2, Clause 9, Clause 11, Clause 18, and 28. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Members, the question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage with 26 amendments. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I now ask that the bill be read a third time. She did it before.
The question is that the bill be read a third time.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Companies Act and for connected matters read a third time and passed.
Member, House Leader.
Madam Speaker, it is not intended to do any further business for the day. It really has been a long and marathon session today. I beg to move that the House be adjourned for a date to be fixed. Please, Madam Speaker.
Exactly.
Business. We're still in public business. No.
On the agenda, left is a road traffic license and amendment resolution.
Correct.
Did we do the committee to review the
Madam
security?
Speaker, I beg to move for
The customs tariff.
a recommittal of the item public business.
Members,
It's just 2 minutes.
the question before the House is that we have a recommittal of the item public business. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Public business.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
Which motion are you dealing with? There are two.
Here I'm talking about the motion, Madam Speaker, to deal with the Road Traffic License Duty Amendment Act.
Right.
And I'll shortly thereafter, if I could...
When you're... Yes?
Is it possible to speak to both of them at the same time?
No, I think we should just do the motions. We'll go through quickly, member. We'll go through quickly, member.
Okay.
Members, the question before the House is for the suspension of the standing orders to enable the minister to take the motion, notice of which he gave earlier in relation to the Road Traffic License Duties Amendment Resolution. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Minister? That is the
Road Traffic License Duty Order 2023 and the resolution, Road Traffic License Duty Order Resolution, and the Customs Tariff Revision Amendment Resolution.
very well. So, members, the amendment is that we have suspended the standing orders to allow the minister to take the motions relating to the Road Traffic License Duties Amendment Resolution and the Customs Tariff Revision Amendment Resolution.
Thank you, Madam.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, the pieces of legislation are before us relate to the removal or lowering of costs related to the importation and usage of battery electric vehicles, specifically pickups and panel vans. Last year, July, the government provided fiscal benefits for battery electric motor cars and SUVs. This caused a reduction of import duties on these types of motor vehicles to move down to 10% from their initial 30% rate. We also removed the requirement for the payment of annual license fees on these vehicles. This order and two accompanying resolutions are to make that incentive also applicable to qualifying pickups and panel vans. The expansion of incentives to include additional battery electric vehicles should send a strong signal to the general public that the government of Jamaica is committed to ensuring that by 2030, a significant proportion of the motor vehicle fleet should be battery electric vehicles. And Madam Speaker, in relation to the Road Traffic License Duties Order 2023, Clause 1 states the name of the order, and Clause 2 amends Paragraph 1 of the third schedule by deleting the words motor car and substituting motor vehicle. Madam Speaker, with respect to the Customs Tariff Revision Amendment Resolution 2023, the key amendment is the deletion of the items relating to Tariff Code 8704.60.90 and substituting the following: other with only electric motor for propulsion, as detailed on page 2 of the resolution. Madam Speaker, the Road Traffic License Duty Order 2023, the Road Traffic License Duty Order 2023 Resolution, and the Customs Tariff Revision Amendment Resolution 2023 are hereby submitted to this Honourable House for approval.
Just one quick question of the Minister. Minister, there are many persons who currently enjoy the benefit of concessions on motor vehicles, including farm vehicles. They want to move towards electric vehicles. Would you be amenable to approving that these vehicles that they have with concessions be for them to be allowed to sell these vehicles so that they can purchase now electric vehicles and not be constrained by the 3-year period that you have to hold on to these vehicles?
That's something I couldn't give an answer to here. Something we have to analyze and think about. You have to remember that duties on motor vehicles are a major source of government revenue, bringing in over $30 billion a year. And so we have to think very carefully about how we change the regime. But anybody who wants to import electric vehicle, electric motor vehicle, whether it's car, SUV, or pickup, can do so at a rate of 10%. The specific question, I'd have to get back to you on that.
Of the House, the question before you is that the motions relating to the customs tariff revision amendment resolution and the road traffic license duty amendment resolution both be approved. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Both motions have been approved. House Leader.
So, Madam Speaker, I must say that the workload today has really been heavy. And I think it is a good moment, in fact, that we could seek for the adjournment and to wish members a very holy and happy Easter as we hope to adjourn for a date to be fixed. And I suspect that our next meeting will see the start of the sectoral debate in April. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Members, the question before the House is that the House adjourns for a date to be fixed, and I join with the House Leader and the Leader of Opposition. This is in wishing us all a holy and peaceful Easter. Those in favor of the adjournment? Aye. Those in favor of the adjournment? Those against? The ayes have it. This House is now adjourned for a date to be fixed.